Good morning, Ms. Gray.
Good morning.
When you came on, your eyes were popped when you came on.
Pardon?
I see your eyes were popped when you came on.
Yeah, I'm walking in the rain, so.
Oh, okay.
But I'm here, ready to go.
Just got one person so far. Mr. Minky.
You call me Judge?
I was calling Mr. Minky.
Sorry.
Mr. Minky going once. Mr. Minky going twice. Okay, Mr. Davis, good morning. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Okay. Yes.
Good morning, sir. You're here on one.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm here on Judge.
2405-501601. For the state of Michigan versus Robert, defendant charged count 1 on day 33. Defendant has a habitual offender against notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Maurice Davis, P203. Robert Plunk. Your Honor, my client is in the waiting room. Can you let him in?
We couldn't hear you, sir. Your appearance in the
Maurice Davis, P76203, appearing on behalf of Robert Plunk.
And good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Mr. Plunk, will you unmute, turn on your video, take your picture?
Yes, I'm trying to do it now. 1 second. Here we go.
State your name.
Robert Plunk.
Okay, I have a tether violation for Mr. Plunk.
What's
Surprised he's not in jail.
the violation, Judge?
Exclusion zone. Exclusion zone.
Exclusion junk.
Exclusion zone. You were where you weren't supposed to be.
When was this?
January 13th.
Oh yeah, yes, Judge. I had informed them. That me and my girlfriend was arguing, and I had to leave. I wanted to leave so I wouldn't get arrested.
Wait 1 second, Mr. Plunk. Can I speak, have a second to speak with Mr. Blunt? Judge, can we pass this for a moment?
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Minkin,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute or put my visual on. I tried 3 times, I went to a different device.
you hear me too?
Yeah, I'm here on Santori McThune. We just want to set it for exam.
Okay, let me call the case.
The case number 2405-52680, people of the state of Michigan versus Santori McDoom. Defending the charge in count 1, robbery, unarmed, count 2, domestic violence. The defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Steve Mencken, P31562, appearing on behalf of Santori McThune.
Mr. McDonald, unmute yourself and tell us your name.
Santori McDonald.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Minkin?
Your Honor, I'm just going to set this matter for a preliminary exam.
The court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How's January 31st at 9 o'clock?
Let me take a look here. Okay. You said at 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Can I do it at 10 o'clock?
10:15.
Okay.
Okay, January 31st at 10:15. Final be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Well said, Mr. McDonald.
Okay, thank you.
That's in person, 36 District Court. Mr. Carmen. Mr. Carmen. Mr. Carmen,
Morning, Your Honor.
are you ready on Ernest Moore?
Yes.
Are you ready on Ernest Moore, sir?
Yes, ready.
We're ready on Moore.
Yeah, we're ready whenever the court is, Judge.
Yes, Judge, I actually called pretty yesterday to ask him. But he said no. He's only.
So. Mr. Carmen, you representing Ernest Moore?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. I'm appointed.
He has a preliminary examination with me today at 11 o'clock. In addition to the pieces I have with me today.
On a different case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have not made any contact with him yet.
Let's call Moore.
Call in case number 2405-51820 for the state of Michigan versus Ernest Moore. Then discharge this count 1, second, arson, count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than by strangulation, count 3, domestic violence, second, defendant has a habitual offender for this notice and 2025.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Dream for the People, P number 60249.
Michael A. Carmen, P73824, on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Davis, are you the Davis that's on Moore for my 11 o'clock exam, or is that a different Davis?
That's me.
That's you. Have you been in contact with Mr. Moore?
Yes. I've talked to him.
Mr. Carmen, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I just got the discovery on this yesterday. I was just going to ask for an adjournment. I just need a little bit more time. I need to be able to make contact with him. I've just asked for a brief adjournment on the PCC, if we could, please.
Well, you have discovered.
Well, I got it yesterday, and I just need some time to go through it. Honestly, Your Honor, I'm prepared for a jury trial later this week. It's quite busy for me.
He is in custody.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Not inclined to adjourn the PCC, sir.
Not inclined?
No, sir. Not inclined.
Can we set it for an exam then, Your Honor?
Sure. Court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House January 31st at 10:30.
Do you always do them on Wednesdays, Your Honor?
Not necessarily.
Can we use February 7th, please?
February what?
7th.
You don't have any availability next week?
I do not, Your Honor.
I'm not sure if maybe you should have this case then.
The 2nd, February 2nd.
February 2nd at 10:15.
That works just fine.
February 2nd at 10:15, bound to continue.
And that is in person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are you ready on Mr. Plunk now, Mr. Davis?
I'm ready, Judge.
Case number 2405501601. People of the state of Michigan, versus Robert Plunk. Defendant is charged with count 1 on page 33. Defendant has a habitual offender verdict notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Maurice Davis, P 76203, appearing with Robert Plunk, who's present, appearing via Zoom.
Tell me your name, Mr. Plunk.
Robert Deontay Plunk.
Hey, anybody know the status of this tether violation?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke to my client. He had some work to do on Shaner. Is that correct, Mr. Plunk?
Yes.
So he spoke with the tether company about the route to take. They told him what route to take in order to get to. He works as a general contractor. In order to get to his destination, they told him the exact route. He followed their instructions, so he didn't intentionally violate any of the restrictions. He hasn't
How
had.
would he violate it?
I'm not sure. He was instructed on the route to take in order to get to the location where he needed to do his work. So he went to his customer's home, he completed his work, and he wasn't aware of any violations until the court just let him put it on the record. But he hasn't had any contact with the victim, nor did he go to the address where
So
the
what
victim.
time was this job for?
What time was the job on the 13th, Mr. Plunk?
It was early. I had it was like 3 houses over there. I had went to. I got over there maybe about 10, I think. Before I went to the west side.
2:56 a.m.
He said what?
2:56.
2:56 a.m.
Oh, that's okay. That's another issue I had called and tell the people know about. Me and my Mr. Davis, should I explain it to him or?
Okay, that's something that you didn't explain to me.
Yeah.
Okay, let's pass this again, Judge. I need to find out exactly what's going on.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Pope, good morning. We have Autumn Williams and Jonathan Boyd. Williams and Boyd. Okay.
Is Miss Williams gonna be on Zoom?
Is she in custody?
Yes, she is. Yeah, the juvenile detention facility.
Oh.
You did not? And then get a name. I would like to have the present.
Radio silent. If he calls you,
Calling case 3059040 versus defendant number 2. Is charged in count
dated my session.
homicide versus degree.
Well,
I, weapons felony firearm.
There's too much noise in your background.
Good morning. Pardon me, Your Honor.
Too much noise in your background.
I apologize. I'm in the witness room in the Third Circuit. I had something here. I apologize. My appearance, yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mark Fedor for the people, P76177.
Your Honor, please just on the court, very important, we have the following William. My P number is 4164. Today is the day time the judge has set for competency. We are in receipt of the report, and at this time, I believe that I'm in a position to stipulate to its findings.
What are the findings?
Occurring is competent.
She is competent?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Fedoric, are you in receipt of that file, report?
People are also in receipt of the report from the Forensic Center that indicates a finding that the defendant is competent, and the people would stipulate to those findings.
All right. Court will make a finding that the defendant is competent to stand trial.
And Judge, we need to set a preliminary exam date.
Okay. Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary exam. Is January 30th too soon?
Yes, indeed, Judge. I started trying. And I was here last week, Judge, and we put one of my matters on February 9th. Free that whole day.
I don't have you down for anything.
Aisha Pope. February 9th.
I don't see anything.
You don't have anything.
Oh, Judge. Judge Giles. Yeah, it's a wrong court. I was just like, I'm looking at it. That was Judge Giles. That was just, because I was here yesterday.
I know how much you look.
Yes, thank you. Yes, yes. All right. Yeah. Okay, so I was asking, I don't know if the court would allow to, I started a trial on the 29th, and then I'm scheduled to start another trial on the 5th. Trial on the 29th.
What about February 6th?
Let's start a trial on the 5th.
February 9th at what time?
My other exam is at 9 a.m., so maybe 11.
Oh, no.
That February 8th, Your Honor?
So it'd be an afternoon? Oh, you don't do homicides on a Friday?
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay, Thursday? Can you say 11:30?
Yes. Okay. February 8th at 11:30. Does that work, Mr. Fedor?
It does, Your Honor.
February 8th at 11:30. Bond will continue.
So as it relates to bond, Judge, I know that my client is not here, and we waived her presence for this PCC. Can I speak to bond, or does the court want to wait until she's here in person?
Doesn't matter. What is she charged with?
Personally,
She preferred for a competency back.
yes, sir.
Not looking good. Go ahead.
Well, I'd asked for a DSU report, Judge, and I asked that it be ready when you come back to it.
I'll refer to pretrial services on recommendations. Okay, ready on board?
1 second, Judge. I asked that you pass that. I need to speak to this. The board.
Okay, Mr. Cripps, you have something?
Yes, Your Honor. I have Jacoby Eastman set for exam. My client's here.
Yes.
We're ready whenever the court is, Judge.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
Ready on easy. Okay. Calling case 2360673, people of the state of Michigan versus Jacoby, Euro East. Finished charge with count 1 assault with intent to break bodily harm, risk, and murder by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 6.
Hey, good morning, Judge David Cripps, P 34972, appearing on behalf of Jacoby, Darrell Easley, standing to my left. Tell the judge your name, please.
We're a little early. This matter is set for preliminary examination at 9:15 and some 9:03. People think you're going to be able to proceed.
I think that there's a good possibility that the complaint will appear. But we can just have a little bit.
I would refresh everybody's memory that she failed to appear at the last court date was adjourned.
She's here at 9:15. It's not quite time. All right, Mr. Davis. Recalling 2405501 people versus Robert Plum.
Again, Maurice Davis, P 76203, appearing with Robert Plum, who is present via Zoom.
Okay. So shed some light on this.
I spoke with my client. He's not sure exactly what the violation was. He assures me that he hasn't had any contact with the victim or been at her home or anything like that. So that's the best way that we can
So
explain.
I asked what was going on at 2:56 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, Judge.
Mr. Plum?
Me either, Your Honor. That's why I was asking him, like, I went on 7 Mile Shaner to do some work, but the 2:50 in the morning, I don't know where that came from.
But Judge, he's otherwise been complying with his bond conditions. He hasn't, like I stated, he hasn't had any contact with the victim. I think that's the most important thing, of course, you know.
Says he violated curfew from January 13th at 3:22 a.m. to 3:55 a.m. at 15201 7 Mile at a gas station. Sound familiar yet, sir?
At a gas station? No, that's the only area I work in. That's Shaner gas station.
Had to leave the location because the person you live with was going to call the police.
I didn't hear you, Your Honor.
They say you called the tether office and indicated you had to leave the location because the person you live with was going to call the police.
Yeah, they was having an incident here, and I know I wasn't supposed to have police contact also.
Okay. So let me make myself clear.
Uh-huh.
In case they have it. If you can't abide by the terms of your tether, you don't have to. We can put you in the Wayne County Jail and make sure that you don't violate.
No, sir, I follow all the rules. I apologize. It won't happen again.
Ill will because he did in fact call the tether office and let them know that he was leaving. Just like he was trying to avoid trouble. Okay. So I'll give you a pass this time, Mr.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Davis,
We set this for preliminary exam.
the court will continue to plea of not guilty and will set this matter for preliminary examination. How is January 31st at 10:30?
10:30, that's fine.
January 31st at 10:30, bond will be continued.
Wait, one second. Anything available on the first, 31st? I just realized I have something in Redford.
I'm sorry?
You have anything available on the first?
No, that's my homicide. Yes, sir.
Okay, what about Tuesday?
Tuesday is my homicide day as well. What's
Friday?
wrong with the first?
I have a matter in Redford,
What time?
9:30.
I set this for 10:30.
I don't think I can be, I don't think I'll be finished in Redford. We're making on time.
11:30?
11:30, okay, I'll make that work.
Okay, so we'll do January 31st at 11:30, bond will be continued.
And Madam Prosecutor, I received all of the video discovery. I didn't receive any written reports.
You don't have any written? I will send that to you today.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Drain, are you on board?
No.
I don't have the APA here yet.
Okay. And I'll just, is he in the, I know he's in the Wayne County Jail. Is he?
Wayne County Jail has a sign on it.
Then I'll just, do it myself.
Okay,
Thanks, Judge.
thank you. Mr. Wallace, I didn't see you hiding over there.
See, that's not usually a problem here.
Who do you have, Mr. Wallace?
I have Mr. Freeman, Your Honor. You're all free. It is.
Calling case 2455129, for the state of Michigan versus Gerald Lynn Free. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with a count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Your Honor, Shelley Drake, people, number 6,
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. My name is Ted Wallace. My P number is B80922, and I represent Mr. Gerald Freeman, who stands for the
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Any witness is not present. I cannot proceed without witness.
That's a move for dismissal.
So ordered, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need a dismissal order. Take care. Thanks, you too.
Yeah, like.
Bring that client in now.
Kobe Beasley, recalling 2360673, people of the state of Michigan versus Jacoby Darrell Beasley. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, intentionally grave bodily harm, listed murder by strangulation, count 2 domestic violence. Yes, for the record.
David Cripps, 23492, appearing on behalf of Jacoby Darrell Easley. Again, totally judge your name.
There's the time set for preliminary examination. Are people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed. It was notified to me for she's not present and I didn't.
The defense would make a motion to dismiss without prejudice.
So order, oh, dismiss tonight without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, do we have any more dismissal form? Here's a gallon. Okay. Hey, Devin, I just want to double check. You didn't bring a short. I gotta order them out. Next short. Okay. Yes. Right, policy. Just waiting for the site. Oh. Okay. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
You got everybody here with a hot shirt. That's at 10:30. They won't get it from my call. I ordered. Stewart, Stoner, Moore, Weatherspoon, and Pringle are all present and hot shirt. Only one that's not present right now. Marks, Kevin Marks. And that's all.
All right.
Kind of mentioned. Short. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Prempeh here yet?
Yeah.
Still no one here yet, Mr. Pope.
Okay, Judge, what do you want me to do? You want to set it for another date and let them find out
Yeah.
who should be on it?
Let's work on getting them here tomorrow.
All right, I'll come back tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. Have a good day.
All right, thanks, Judge.
Hey, Mr. Prempeh. How you doing?
Thanks.
My apologies, Your Honor, but I'm on Zoom.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, my apologies for untimely this. I'm on a Zoom call. I was hoping to get it over with. Doesn't seem to matter. No matter what you do, these are conflicts. However, I'm ready to proceed. Yes, he's in custody. Raymond Stewart.
I got him right here, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah. So, it's waiting on the
Is this drain out there? Okay.
Yes, how you doing?
Ready, Your Honor? You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, he's ready.
You guys see the night one for one more, please. Regarding how we're going to proceed.
Okay. One out. You can stand right next to that, sir.
Calling case 2360348, the state of Michigan versus Raymond Bruce Stewart. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence, third offense. Defendant has an official and reporting experiences for the verdict.
Good morning, Your Honor, Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. July birthday, P 81745, on behalf of Mr. Raymond Stewart, President of the courtroom to my left. Mr. Stewart, please state your name.
Raymond Stewart. There's a date time set for preliminary examination. You're ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. Any witness is not present, I cannot proceed without the testimony.
Defendant is ready to proceed. We are respectful of the dismissal at this time.
So order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
I'll submit the order.
Okay. So this first back here.
I just had that right. No.
Take your full time.
I just had it.
Stand next to your attorney.
Calling case 2455092, people of the state of Michigan versus Zion Malachi Stone. Been charged in count 1 assault with intent to degrade by the crime less than strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, felony firearm. Seriousness for the record.
When you're actually agreeing with the people to the 60249.
And Charlotte Birchback from the neighborhood under service, P number 86740 on behalf of Mr. Stoner. Could you say the full name?
Sorry. There's a date time set for your examination. Ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Please present.
And then you have to read the verses.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Dismiss it.
Thank you, taking this on. Have a seat right there. Here you go, Your Honor.
Ms. Kelly.
Sorry, Your Honor.
We've been waiting all morning for you.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. I am in trial and did not have notification of today's hearing.
Okay, so Mr. Polk was here and he left. I told him to come back tomorrow.
Okay, I will zoom on at 8:30 tomorrow.
Okay, see you then.
Thank you, Judge.
to like, and Troy pops up. So cool.
Mr. O here?
I saw him up in Sabri's earlier during the. Yeah, he did.
Spencer. Ms. Davis case.
Here, I need to. Saying something about identify. Still got that.
The attorney called saying he'll be late. Is he here?
I'll call it. Say how they.
He said 20, 30.
I'll wait. Okay, here.
You have a complaint here on Troy Posture.
Yes.
Text, Ms. Gray and her, disagree clerk called,
Those are names. Oh, okay. Yeah.
You said a change, but
May I touch on a non-case related matter? Sure. How do I do that?
Satisfied.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to meet you. I'm the secretary. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
all right. No, your spot.
I know that the prosecutor is in Judge Jazz work. Erica Moses. I Lisa. To work on live stream.
Yes.
My laptop wanted to watch.
Okay.
So we haven't done much yet. Yes. Already got what's needed. Okay, so I'm sending Mr. Old guy back down, but we're gonna have Mr. Davis. It's somebody here standing here. For Mr. Davis. Oh. And the other, Mr. Weatherspoon, the attorney is here, so this. Yes. Yeah, yes. Well, Ernest Moore, he's on his way now. Ernest Moore. Oh. Sending Mr. O's client back down. I just can't have two. That's fine.
Is this Mr. Moore? Mississippi, wait.
No, that one is Mr. Weatherspoon.
Is that what this one?
Yeah, Mr. Moore is right behind him, behind the door.
Which one are we doing for? First, Moore, what?
I don't know which one we call first. Prosecutor. It's a different prosecutor.
I thought we were doing more.
Well, I think I don't know.
Ms. Drain, are you doing more? Okay, so we're ready.
Okay. Step out.
Calling case 24550-051, people of the state of Michigan versus Ernest Knight and Moore. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 2, unlawful imprisonment. Count 3, assault, potential great bodily harm, misdemeanor by strangulation. Count 4, assault with dangerous weapon. Defendant has a official written report, commencing on his mandatory 25 years sentence. Variances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Spencer Clayton, appearing on behalf of Mr. Moore, who stands to my left, number 77302.
I'm saying you name for the record, sir. Designated time, 2-minute examination. Ready to proceed. How many witnesses?
Your Honor, the people are going to attempt to use the statute with some case law that I would think would probably be a good idea if I had a little more information. I don't know if the court would allow me to adjourn this brief, but I know Mr. Moore has another case that was up earlier. Just to look at some, the people are going to attempt to offer a statement. The victim is not present. People are going to attempt to offer a statement made by the officer under people being. I was not aware of that prior to today. I've asked the court for adjournment. I know he has another case up.
No, I'm not inclined to adjourn. I mean, plain meaning of that law is clear. That they can use it. That's the common spaces.
They want to proceed.
Okay. Any preliminary matters before we begin? All right, first witness.
This time the people will call Detective Kenneth Gentleman.
Your Honor, I would state for the record, I am standing in the attorney record in this case. Mr. Moore just indicated to me that he's not wishing to proceed.
Excuse me?
I am standing in for the attorney record in this case, Mr. Maurice Davis. Mr. Moore has indicated that he does not wish to proceed with me as his attorney. You're on the same office.
This attorney isn't here.
And I could see if Mr. Davis. I know he's.
I'm sure Mr. Davis will be here.
Your Honor, I think it would be appropriate for Mr. Davis to be here.
But he's not.
Yeah,
So you're going to wait all day for Mr. Davis.
no, I don't.
Sorry, sir, you have something to say?
I'm back. Thank you. If the court would allow to agree passage of this,
What's the brief passage?
so I can call Mr. Davis to be here. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
The name of Council Society.
Sorry, I can't.
I don't know if we need to go back on the record, if you're fine with me making a representation off the record, but I did just speak with Mr. Davis. He'll be here in 20 minutes.
Okay, I'll take under the time first. Okay. He's not here by that time.
I'll be here.
Okay, so you here on?
Your Honor, I have Mr. Weatherston.
Weatherston.
Mr. Weatherston.
Following case
We'll stand right next to your
2359562, will say this, Tony Deshaun Weatherston. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, person 3, person under 13, and 17 years of age or older. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, and 17 years of age or older. Defendant has an official in the second place notes. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lisa Burstatella, P52675 on behalf of Mr. Weatherston.
There's a time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I do have one witness. She is a minor. I would ask that the camera be moved while she is testifying. I would only need the second witness, the mother, for date clarification if necessary.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, Judge. I have one witness. She is 13 years old at this time. I'd ask that when she's testifying, the camera be moved, Judge. I anticipate only one witness unless I mom to clear up some.
Okay, that's fine.
And Judge, I would ask for mutual sequestration. I don't see anybody involved in my case here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off.
Yes, Your Honor. The people call Miss Raymani, Raemoni Fisher, Fisher.
May I request that my client be uncuffed so that he can take notes of this?
I need security to security.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I need to take him in the back real quick. Bring him right back up. I just want to come uncuff him in here and then pull his pants up.
I mean, it's up to you. If you want to keep that.
No, I want him in cuffs, but right now I just want.
Excuse me, ma'am. Please give your name and the spelling of the name to the young lady behind you. Okay. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask you to take the head wrap off. And please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And please have a seat and put the spot right next to you. Okay.
She needs to hold my phone, okay?
She can hold it. Voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that reaches to the left In fact, you pick that up, and put the base of it, you can allow it to speak directly to that. Folks. All right.
Your Honor, for the record, I do have the aunt of the victim in this case, Ms. Shanita Prescott. She's not anywhere on my witness list or any reports. She has asked to be present, but I'm not sure if that wants to. 1 moment, Your Honor.
Okay, try not to make that microphone too.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I guess I would.
Yes.
I would like to inquire of Ms. Prescott if anyone has made any statements to her about this case, if she has any knowledge of this case. She is a very close relative to this young lady. Her sister is a witness who's this young lady's mom. So I guess that I understand having this court person is usual, but I would just like to make sure.
Representations that she's not a witness. She doesn't attend my home.
Well, without knowledge, if she has knowledge or not, I can't speak to it. She might be one of our witnesses. I mean, I just wanted to inquire if she knows anything about this. And I assume Your Honor would caution her that she is not to make any gestures or faces or acting in witness. No nonverbal communication. Thank you.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Tony and Sean Brothers. Now, there's one young lady left in the courtroom.
That is an employee of our office, Your Honor. She's shadowing me today. I can have her introduce herself.
Talking about the other.
That's the aunt, Your Honor, Miss Shamika Prescott. She's the one who's not in my, any of my reports are on my witness list. She's asked to be present, so Miss Raymani, but leave to your discretion.
Defense counsel. That's one of the individuals as well. What's your name?
I'm here.
Yes. Defense counsel, this is how to ask questions.
Yes. Should I ask them directly to her, Your Honor, or to the clerk? Ms. Prescott, have you had any conversations with anyone about the reason we're here tonight? You can just speak up.
Yeah.
And specifically, have you had conversations with Ms. Ferrani? Have you had conversations with her mother, if I understand is your sister? Yes, the same. And when was the last time you had a conversation with her? About the situation. Okay, and as part of the situation, did she relate to you statements that were made by Raimani or any other evidence in this case? Okay, so basically when you talk to her about it, it's just been about proceedings in general and not about facts of the case. And Your Honor, I would have no. Your Honor, I would have no objection to her remaining, just that she be cautioned for no nonverbal communication, gestures, reactions.
We don't want you to communicate with Washington State. All right, may proceed.
Afternoon, still March. Good morning. Can you please state your name one more time for the record, real nice and loud, please? Raymond Fisher. And remind me, how old are you?
16, March 1st.
March 1st, and what year were you born?
2008.
Okay, and silly question, you know the difference between the truth and the lie?
Yeah.
If I told you it is raining in this courtroom, is that the truth or a lie? If I told you I'm wearing all black right now, is that the truth or a lie?
True.
So you understand it's really important to tell the truth today and only the truth, okay? All right, I'm gonna need you to speak up real nice and loud so that everybody hears and it's all recorded, okay? Do you know someone named Tony Weatherspoon?
Yes.
How do you know that person? Okay, and do you remember when you first met Mr. Weatherspoon, when that was?
No.
Were you a teenager at that time or young? Yeah. Okay. And do you remember a time ever living with Mr. Weatherspoon?
Yes.
Okay, and would that have been at a 15601 Rosini Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay, and who all lived at that address with you at that time?
My mom, my little brother, my big brother.
Okay, do you remember how old you were when you first moved into that home?
No.
Okay, and do you remember how long you lived at that address when you were a kid?
Like 5 years.
Okay, and so do you still live at that address or no?
No.
Okay, and do you see anybody in the courtroom that you recognize as Tony Weatherspoon?
Yes.
Okay, and where is he located in the courtroom?
And I'll stipulate ID for example.
Thank you.
That name, independent Tony Sean Lewis.
Remind me, I want to talk about that location, that address, okay? Did anything ever happen to you at that address involving Mr. Weatherspoon and you?
Yes.
Okay. What happened? Actually, let me ask this. How old were you when this happened?
7.
Okay. With that, and you're about to turn 16?
Yes.
So that would have put us at 2013 sound like the right age, the year that he was 7 years old? Or was it a different time?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds right. Okay. And when you were 7 years old in 2013, were you still living at that address?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what this house looks like. Is it 1 level, 2 levels? If you can remember.
Two. Okay, where were the bedrooms located?
My room is in the back, by the bathroom,
And is that on the first floor or the second floor?
the first floor, first floor,
And where did your mom sleep?
upstairs.
Okay, and what's your mom's name?
Erica Fisher.
And do you recall seeing where Mr. Weatherspoon slept when you lived at the house? Okay, so in that same bedroom? Okay, so let's talk about what brings us here today, okay? Did something happen involving Mr. Weatherspoon and you that brings you to the court right now?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what happened.
I was saying, because
Say that one more time, sweetheart. I couldn't hear you say it. Real nice and loud.
when I was,
Okay, so let's talk about that. So when you said you were getting molested, did that happen inside the home or outside?
it's,
Okay, where at?
everywhere.
Everywhere? Okay. So let's focus on the first time that you can remember, okay? Who was in the home at the time? If you remember.
My brothers,
Okay. And what are your brothers' names?
Andrew, Jerry,
Say that. Andrew and who?
Jerry,
Jerry. Okay. And how old are they right now, you know?
Jerry is about to be 18.
So the first memory that you have of Mr. Weatherspoon, where were you at in the home? Were you in a bedroom, a kitchen, or somewhere else? Okay. And remind me again what's upstairs. What rooms are upstairs? Just your mom's room? Okay. So what do you remember happening? You remember seeing Mr. Weatherspoon?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened? Where were you doing your homework at? Okay. When you say he, you talking about Mr. Weatherspoon?
Yes.
Okay. So where were you all doing the homework at? Okay. Do you remember where in your mom's room? Was it on the floor, the bed, a chair, or something else? Okay. All right. And what do you remember happening next? And
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you.
With what part of his body did he touch you?
Yes.
And what part of your body did he touch with his hands? So this is gonna sound kind of silly too, but let's talk about the private part. Is that what you call your private part? What do you do with that part? Okay, so when you were in this bedroom doing homework, do you remember what you were wearing at the time?
No.
Okay, and do you remember, were you sitting, standing, or something else? Standing? Sitting, I'm sorry, okay. And were you sitting on the bed?
Yes.
Okay, and where was Mr. Weatherspoon in relation to where you were at?
Sitting on the bed.
Okay, and what do you remember happening?
Started touching me.
Okay.
And I was going,
Do you remember, so he started touching your private area, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, you indicated that's the area where you pee out of, correct?
Yes.
Now, was it one hand or two hand that you can remember?
One.
Okay, and was it above the clothing or under your clothing? Okay, so if you can remember, were you wearing some sort of underwear or panties at the time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did he touch you below the underwear or was it over the underwear? Okay, so do you recall anything else happening besides him touching you over?
Yes.
Okay, what do you remember happening?
This is the next time I was asleep downstairs in the heater. And I woke up and I opened my mom's bed.
Sweetheart, say that one more time. Where were you at? You were on your bed?
I was laying by the heater and I woke up and I was in my mom's bed.
Okay. And what do you remember happening?
I don't remember nothing happened. I just woke up and I was in her bed.
Okay. And were you about 7 years old at that time too?
Yes.
Besides Mr. Weatherspoon touching you over the panties, did anything else happen inappropriate that brings you to court today?
Yes.
Okay, what happened?
And when you say your private part, is that where you, the area where you pee out again?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about the difference between outside versus inside, okay? I want you to imagine I have a box, a tissue box in front of me. Can you look at me real quick? I have a tissue box. Outside the tissue box is out here. Inside is any amount of my finger going inside that tissue box. Does that make sense? I want you to tell me, is private parts, they stay outside of your private area, or did any part of it go inside of your private area? Outside, okay. And do you recall him saying anything to you while that was happening? Okay. And do you remember how long that lasted? Okay. And what made it stop? Okay. And were you about 7 years old at that time or a different age? 7. Okay. And to your knowledge, Mr. Weatherspoon was over the age of 17 when all that happened, right? Is that a yes? Okay. Now, besides what you just described happening, did anything else ever happen by Mr. Weatherspoon to you, to your body? Okay. When did that happen, this other incident? Were you the same age or older or younger? Older, okay. Were you a lot older or close to the same age? Okay. And did this happen at the 15601 Rosini Street address? Yes. Okay. And what do you remember happening at that point? Sure. Okay, so you already talked about 2 instances where Mr. Weatherspoon touched you. I just want to know if there were any other instances where he acted, what I would deem or what you might be inappropriate with you at any other point in time. Yes. Okay. And that happened at that Rossini address? Yes. Okay, what do you remember happening? Yes, so I want you to tell the court, we're here to tell the court exactly what happened. So I just need you to, if you can remember, if there was any other instances that you can remember that brings you into court here today.
I was, me and my brothers was sleeping in the living room. Cause we tore our beds out. Then I woke up and he was between my legs.
And when you say rubbing between your legs, with what?
His hands.
Okay, and was that above your clothing or below your clothing?
Below.
And when I say below clothing, was it on your skin? Was there skin to skin contact? Okay, and where was that, where did he touch you at then?
On purpose.
Okay, and is that private part the same private part that you said he pee out of? Okay, and going back to that inside, outside tissue box, okay? Was the hand inside or outside of that tissue box that whole time?
Outside.
Outside. Was there any other instance that you can remember besides him touching you? Those 3 instances you already described, was there any other thing that happened with Mr. Weatherspoon and you in that house? Let me ask you this. You indicated Mr. Weatherspoon touched you with his hand, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Did Mr. Weatherspoon ever touch you with any other part of his body? Was that a yes? I mean, okay. With what part of his body did he touch your body? Okay, so let's talk about that. When would you say that happened? Were you about the same age or a different age as 7 years old?
I think I was like 9 or 8.
Okay, 8 or 9. So that would have been about 2013, about 2015-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you remember happening at that point? Let me ask you this. Who was in the house at the time?
My little brother and my big brother.
Okay. And where were they at?
They was outside. Yeah.
Okay, so was this daytime, nighttime?
Daytime.
Daytime. Okay. Who was in the actual house with you at the time?
Just
okay, we say him, we talk about. Mr. Weatherspoon? Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what part of the house were you in with Mr. Weatherspoon? Upstairs. Were you in a room?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, what room, if you can remember? Okay, and what were you doing in there? Okay. And where was Mr. Weatherspoon at that time? And what happened next?
I couldn't hear her answer, sorry.
Say one more time, real loud. Okay. With what part of his body did he touch your body? Okay. And where on your body did his penis touch? Okay. So when you say your private part, what part is that again? Okay. So when you said it touched it, did you actually see his penis, or did he have his pants or something covering his penis? Say it again? Okay. And do you remember what you were wearing at the time? Shorts. And what do you remember happening? So you're working on homework, right? Does Mr. Weatherspoon say anything to you? He just said I was doing my homework. Okay. And then what do you remember happening after he said that to you?
And how did that, where's the assault at?
Say it one more time, I'm so sorry. Oh, sure. Did you say he pulled it down, or he told you to put it down? Pull it down. He did. Okay. And did he say anything while he was doing that? No. Okay. And you said you had shorts on, is that right? Were you wearing undies on underneath that? Yeah. Okay, so what was taken off of your body? The shorts only, or the shorts and the underwear? My shorts and underwear. Okay. And were you sitting, standing, or laying down? Standing. Okay, now what happened next? Then he started working his private part with his mom. Okay, so your private part, when you pee out, okay, we're imagining that is that tissue box I keep referring to, okay? So the outside is the outside of your, where you pee from, okay? And the inside is between your lips. Are you familiar with your anatomy at all? Is that a yes? Okay. Did any part of his penis go inside of that tissue box or inside of your lips? He tried to. Okay, what does that mean? He tried to. Oh man, I was laying down and then he pushed. But it didn't go over. Okay, what did that feel like at the time? Hurt. Okay. Were you feeling anything else while all this was going on? Yes. How are you feeling? Scared. Why are you feeling scared? Because I didn't know what to do. Or if I could tell you. Do you remember how that stopped? Yeah, I got it. Do you remember Mr. Weatherspoon saying anything to you? Don't tell me. And how did you feel when he said that? Scared. And what did you take that to mean? Don't tell anybody. Did you feel like you couldn't tell your mom? Yeah. Did you ultimately tell anybody about what had happened to you? Not just this time, but the other times you talked to me about? Okay. When was the first time that you actually said something happened? The day I went to the doctor. And do you remember who took you to the doctor? Okay. Do you remember how old you were when you went to the doctor? 11. Yeah. I was 11 when I got checked out. Okay, by the doctor? Yes. Okay. And what do you remember telling your mom was wrong that you needed to go to the doctor? We were just getting ready to check the discharge in my fingers. And did you tell somebody at that point what had happened to you? At what point did you tell somebody, hey, something happened, something's wrong? So after I told them, we finally went back to the doctor, and they told my mom I had something, and then I was just crying, and they told me the words for it. My cousin found this picture. I started telling her what happened. And this was when you were how old again? 14. 14. Okay. And what do you remember telling your cousin at the time that it happened to? Was it the same thing that you talked to me about today in court today? Yes. Okay. And
besides the 3 instances that you talked about, the last one being his penis in your private area, do you remember anything else happening in that house around that time by Mr. Weatherspoon to you?
He was getting movies.
Okay, so was that just for discipline reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right, so as far as the type of touching that happened that you described, were there any other instances of that kind of touching happening? Or any other kind of touching happening by Mr. Weatherspoon to you, your body? That you can remember?
No.
Okay. And that last time that you talked about with penis, how old were you again when that happened? This penis touched your private area?
Like 8 or 9.
Okay, and would Mr. Weatherspoon have been over the age of 17 at that time too?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Cross examine.
Hi, Ramoni. My name is Lisa. May I call you Ramoni?
Remind.
Say it one time.
Remind me.
Ramoni. Ramoni, I have some questions basically about the timeline. So when did you move into the Rosini address? Do you remember how old you are?
Yeah.
Do you remember what grade you were in?
No.
Do you remember when you moved in there, did Mr. Weatherspoon move in at the same time that you did with your brothers and your mom, or just, it was the 4 of you and then he came later?
He came later.
And do you remember how much later?
No.
Do you think that you had a birthday in that house before he moved in?
I don't know.
Okay. And when you first moved in, did you and your brother share a bed?
No.
Did you have your own bed in your own room?
Yes.
Okay, and that was downstairs?
Yes.
And was that on the wall, same wall as where the bathroom is, or across the hall?
Same wall.
And so your brothers had the bedroom across from the bathroom?
Yes.
Did you ever switch rooms so that they were next to the bathroom?
No.
Okay. And then, do you recall when Mr. Weatherspoon moved out of the house on Rosini?
No, we lived before him.
Okay, so how old were you when you left?
Living.
So you said that there was an incident when you were 8 or 9. And then you moved out at age 11. So nothing happened between 8 or 9 and 11. Okay, so between 8 or 9 that you described and 11, there were no times that Mr. Weatherspoon touched your private area?
And 8 or 9. I was 8 or 9.
Okay, but after the time you described, until age 11, when you moved out, or when you moved out, I'm sorry, he didn't touch your private area.
Can you repeat that?
I'm trying to think if I can ask it better.
So you said the last time that he touched you were like 8 or 9, is that right? But you didn't move out of that house until you were 11, right? So from that last time you were 8 or 9, the time that you moved out, he touched you more. And that's all about.
Okay, thank you. And Do you know why you moved out? Yes or no? Do you know? No, you don't? No. Okay. And then did there come a time in 2021, May of 2021, when you were asked by, is Tanya your aunt? Your cousin, when you were asked by Tanya, your cousin, about your own sexual behavior? You have to say yes or no. Was there a time around May of 2021 that your cousin Tanya asked you about your sexual behavior? Yes. And she asked you because at that time you were diagnosed with a sexually transmitted disease. Yes. And it was right after you found out that you had this sexually transmitted disease that you told her about these things Mr. Weatherspoon did to you. Yes. And isn't it true that you were there for a well checkup? Yes. And that you had also been there a year earlier for a well checkup? Yes. And so in approximately July of 2020, and at that time, you did not have a sexually transmitted disease.
Judge, I want to ask what the relevance is of this disease that was after. We've already established a timeline of when she's no longer living in that location of violence for years. Just ask her, that's why.
It's relevant because it wasn't until she had the STD that she told them.
So. Why is that relevant?
Because I think the timing of the disclosure and the.
Well, you can ask the timing of the disclosure without giving medical history.
Well, that was my only other question about medical history.
I don't think the medical history is relevant.
Okay. Now, you had conversations with Mr. Weatherspoon after he moved out of the house, right? Correct. And you had asked him several times if he was going to get back together with your mother, right? No. No? So going back to your conversation in 2021 with your cousin Tanya, when you told her about Mr. Weatherspoon, did she ask you a question that caused you to answer that way, or tell me about it?
She asked, she was asking me who was it? And she asked me to tell me, and I said yes.
And when you say who was it, was that in reference to who could have given you the STD or who you had sex with? What does that mean?
Who gave it to you?
Now, today, you told us that the first time that anything happened that you were upstairs in your mom and dad's room.
He brought my dad.
I'm sorry, your mom and Mr. Weatherspoon's. I'm sorry for that, I was correct. Okay. And how long have you been in the room before he came in, or before he was there? Did you come in the room at the same time?
He was already up there and I came to ask for help with my homework.
And did you know what kind of homework you were doing?
Math.
All the times that you were describing that he helped you with your homework over these years, was it always math?
No.
How do you know on that day it was math?
Because I remember.
And was it a worksheet or a book or studying for a test?
Why does that happen?
It's testing your memory.
She said it was math. I don't get to this grade.
Okay. Okay. And you testified that you were molested everywhere in your home, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you only told us about being in your mom's room and
The living room.
the living room. So it was never in your bedroom?
One time my living room.
When was that?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after this time in your mom's room where you were doing the math homework?
Before.
So the time in your mom's room with the math homework was not the first time?
No.
Okay, so you were in your room on the first floor. So what happened?
It was nighttime. I was going to sleep. He came in, he touched me again.
And you said you were going to sleep.
Yes.
And so about what time would that have been?
My bedtime was either 9. Yeah, it was 9.
And then what happened?
He came in and was touching between my legs.
And what were you wearing?
I don't remember.
And so and you said you were going to sleep, so were you under the covers?
Yes.
What was he wearing?
I don't remember.
Were you clothed, did you wearing pajamas? I mean, was that the usual that you'd wear pajamas?
Yes.
So, you're under the covers in your pajamas. So when he touched you between your legs, was that over the covers?
Under.
How did that happen?
What do you mean?
If you have covers on you and you're wearing pajamas, how did he touch you between your legs?
He went under my cover.
Okay, was that from the top, the side, or something else?
The top.
Did he touch any other part of your body before he touched between your legs?
No.
And at this time, you had your own bedroom. You were not sharing with your brothers, right?
Yes.
Where was your mom?
She was at work or Yeah, she was at work.
And what time did your mom work?
I don't remember.
Were there times that she worked days and times when she worked nights?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
No.
Were there times when Mr. Weatherspoon worked nights and times when he worked days?
QX that again?
Did Mr. Weatherspoon work at night sometimes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember him always working during the day, or you just really don't remember?
I don't remember.
Now, when you were, going back to the time, I guess the next time when he was helping you with math, how were you on the bed? Were you sitting? Were you laying down? Where were you?
I was sitting.
Where?
Like, not in the middle, but like, towards the middle.
And were you leaning against a wall or a headboard or just sitting there?
Just sitting
And where was he?
next to me.
And was he leaning against a wall or a headboard or just sitting?
Just sitting.
And was there books or notebooks?
I don't remember.
And he said that he started touching you with his hands. Was it one hand or two?
One.
Was he on your left or your right?
All right.
Which hand did he touch you with?
It's right.
The time that you were asleep by the heater, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You woke up in your mom's bed, nothing happened.
Yes.
Now, when the three of you described you and your two brothers were sleeping in the living room. Is you sleeping on a bed, a couch, or something else?
A bed.
Was it like a couch that pulled out into a bed or just a bed?
A bed.
And were there covers?
Yes.
And around what time did that happen, that Mr. Weatherspoon was rubbing between your clothing?
I don't remember.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime.
Where was your mom?
Work.
Remember where she was working?
Little Caesars Arena in Ford.
And that time, you said that he touched you on the outside of your private part?
Yes.
And do you remember what you were wearing?
No.
And that time, was it over your clothes, your pajamas or whatever you might have been wearing? And then you said the next time was when he touched your body with his penis and you were 8 or 9. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
How much time passed between the time we just talked about where you were in the bed with your brothers and the 8 or 9 when he touched your body with his penis?
I don't remember.
How do you know you were 8 or 9?
Going back. And thinking about it.
Okay. Did you talk to other people to figure that out?
No.
Was there something in your life that you remember that was near the time this happened?
No.
So you said that this happened. Did this happen in '99?
Then what happened at nighttime?
This time when Mr. Weatherspoon touched your body with his penis?
No.
That was the daytime?
Yes.
Remember if it was morning or afternoon?
No.
Do you remember if there was school that day?
No.
Do you know what your brothers were playing outside?
That's what the relevance.
I'll move on. And was Mr. Weatherspoon helping you with math on that day?
No.
What subject was he helping you with on that day?
Reading. Reading.
Okay. Do you remember what you were reading?
No.
And you said he started touching you with his penis on your private part.
Yes.
How did that, what does it mean by started? What is that?
Well, that's how it started.
Okay, well, did he just, did he take his hand and put it on you? Did he roll over on top of you? How did it happen?
He pulled my pants down, my shirts down.
He pulled your shorts down?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
He started rubbing his penis against my private.
How did his penis get on your private part?
On top of me.
So he rolled on top of you?
Yes.
Okay. And you're in your mom's room upstairs, right? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
And how were you on the bed before he took your shorts off?
I was sitting there.
Okay. Were you sitting in the middle of the bed, leaning against the wall? How were you sitting?
I was sitting, just sitting up.
Okay, and where was he?
Next to me.
To your left or your right?
My right.
And what was he wearing?
Boxers. And a reader.
I'm sorry?
I keep boxers and a reader.
A beater. White.
I got it. Okay, and did he, at some point, did he take his boxers off?
No,
Was his penis exposed to you?
yes,
What kind of boxers was he wearing?
I'm gonna object, that's what that means, just for brand, both sides.
Whatever she remembers. What color?
like some type of blue,
Light blue or dark blue?
like dark.
Was there a design?
No, it just had the open part.
Okay, and do you remember like the waistband?
No,
And on that occasion, that time, is that the only time he told you not to tell?
yes,
Wasn't it the usual practice in your home that you and your brothers would sit at the kitchen table and all do homework together?
yes,
And the bedroom that you discussed this happening in, it didn't have a door, correct?
no,
There's an ask for clarification, there were multiple rooms testified to, and that's for what relations referred to.
Yep, absolutely. In your bedroom that was next to the bathroom on the first floor that we talked about, that room doesn't have a door.
no,
No, it does have a door, or you agree it doesn't have a door?
it doesn't have a door.
Does your brother's room across the hall have a door?
No, I don't think so.
And, sorry about that. And during the time that these instances were happening, did you ever yell for anyone?
No,
Did you ever say stop?
yes,
When?
as he was touching
Which time?
all times.
So when you were 7, 8, and 9, every single time you said stop.
Yes,
You never told the police that, right? When you were talking to the police about what Mr. Weatherspoon did to you, you never mentioned that you said stop, right?
I did.
And was that when you were talking to, where were you when you were when you told that to them?
The police station and Charles talk,
Kids talk.
kids talk.
Okay. And
How many more questions do we have?
I think I got most of them, I'm just double checking. During any of these occasions, were you ever asleep before this happened?
When I was asleep down here, I was sick.
Okay, but that's the only time that you were ever asleep?
Yes.
Okay.
Council, with all due respect, very busy night.
I know you do, Your Honor. I just may ask my client if he has anything else he wants to do. Remember, in consideration of your docket, I will not ask.
Can you read it?
Raimondi, you talked about with us, defense counsel about an incident in your bedroom where Mr. Larson touched you, is that right?
Yeah.
And what part of your body did he touch you at that time? Okay, and just make sure you keep that microphone real nice and still, okay? Make it a little fast ones. What part of his body touched your private parts?
In my bedroom?
Yes.
His hands.
His hand, okay, was it one hand or two?
One.
And did his hands stay above clothing or did you have skin on skin contact with his hand?
Above.
Above, okay. So you indicated, I believe you were wearing shorts and undies at the time, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did his hands stay above both the shorts and undies or something else?
Both.
Okay, so was it above, so it was on your private area but above clothing?
Yes.
Okay, do you know how long that lasted?
No.
Okay, and you indicated this was before the incidents that you talked to me about before defense counsel started asking questions, right?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember how old you were when that incident happened? Would it still be 7 or a different age?
I think a different age.
Okay, younger or older?
Older.
Okay, so you indicated you were 7 years old when I believe you testified to him touching you and then penis, with hands and penis, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this incident that happened in your bedroom, do you remember if that happened before or after those incidents? So one incident happened in the living room, right? One in your mom's bedroom? Okay, so those 2 incidents, what you described happening in your bedroom, if you don't remember, that's okay. Do you remember it happening before or after those times?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay. But were you about 7 years old? Do you remember the year you moved into that house?
No.
Do you remember about how old you were when you moved in?
No.
Had you been living there sometime when this incident happened when you were 7 years old?
Do I say it again?
Sure. Do you remember, so you described these incidents that happened when you were 7 years old, right?
Yeah.
About that time. How long had you been living in the house? Was it a long time, days, weeks, months, years, when when you first moved into the house? How long were you living there when it started?
How long was I living there when it started?
Yes, when the touching started.
I don't remember.
Okay. I want to jump to the touching with the penis, okay? You described before that something hurt, is that correct?
Yes.
What hurt?
When he was pushing my private part was hurting.
Okay, and what part of his body was pressing or pushing?
His penis.
Okay, and did his penis go anywhere inside the area where you pee out of?
He tried.
Okay, you said, and I believe you testified that not all of it went in, is that right?
Yes.
Did some of it go in?
Yes, like a little bit.
Okay, all right. No further questions, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step back. We're all set.
So I believe there's going to be a stipulation, we're just getting the year. Now, I believe we have a stipulation to the date of the event, the year 2013. Based on that testimony, based on the testimony, based on that stipulation, I would ask for an amendment to the felony information with the years 2013 to 2016. That would account for her being the ages that she testified to.
Said 13 to 16?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I make my argument?
First, let's see if the defense has any witnesses. Have any witnesses?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over as charged. However, on count one, the testimony in this case indicated penis into vaginal opening. I would ask for an amendment of funneling this to penis into vaginal opening. Besides that, Your Honor, I think it was very clear as far as timeline goes. Ms. Romani indicated that she was about 7 years old. She indicated the incidents happened in her mother's bedroom as well as in the living room. She indicated that an incident happened in her bedroom. She believes it was before those two prior incidents, Your Honor, where she testified that she was touched on her vaginal area above clothing. She testified to 2 instances of that. And Mr. Weatherstein's hands over her clothing on her, what she called private area where she sees out her vaginal area. And then she also testified about the incident involving penis into vaginal penetration, Your Honor. Not all of it went in, but some of it did. That's all that's required. Just any amount of penetration, Your Honor. I'd ask for an additional count besides the 2 counts. Third count, Your Honor, of criminal sexual conduct, section 3, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older, and that goes to the fact that she testified to 2 instances of him touching her the vaginal area, the private area, plus the 1 incident of penetration into the vaginal area. I believe this all happened at that Rossini address 15601 Rossini. She testified that Mr. Weatherstein was over the age of 17. She was over the age of 15.
So the record is clear. You need to find over.
On count 1 with the penis and the vaginal opening amendment, count 2 as charged, and then added count 3, which all would be the same charges count 2, Your Honor. The second degree person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Thank you.
Yes. Can I just ask for clarification? Is count 2 is staying the same? So would that be the hand on the private part, and then count 3 the penis on the private part?
Count 1 with penis into vaginal opening. That is CSE 1. CSE 2 is sexual contact of any kind within these parameters. She testified to at least 2 times that touched her vaginal area above her clothing, but that's still arguably considered a sexual contact.
So she's asking for clarification. 1, the testimony for was hands vaginal area, the other was penis vaginal area.
Yes. Yes, count 1 would be penis into vaginal penetration. The other 2 counts, count 2 and 3, just touching over the vaginal area.
So the added count 2 sexual conduct.
Murder, we would object to the bind over in that this witness, this court is in the best situation to judge the credibility of a witness. She does not remember really any details.
She was a 7-year-old child from age 7 to age 9.
Well,
Details that you want to besides the traumatic experience that took place.
Well, Your Honor, if you look at the dates in the map, and it doesn't line up. It also that she testified that as to count 1, at first on direct, she said that the penis didn't go in, and then on redirect, it went in slightly.
2 different occasions.
I believe I'm talking about the same one, but I'll just make my
She's talking
argument.
about two different occasions. One, she said that he stayed on the outside. Then there was another occasion, she testified as that he tried, but it didn't go in all the way. That's how I understood the testimony.
We can
No.
agree to disagree. But Your Honor, basically, as I said earlier, you are in the best position to judge credibility. I do not believe that she was credible. I do not believe that she was able to give information that.
Tell me why this would be a question of fact to be determined by a charter.
I'm not just giving in on that, Judge, but you can go around.
I didn't find anything inherently incredible about this witness's testimony. In fact, she testified, she's still a very young girl, testifying as to some very personal things that allegedly took place. I can't imagine why she would lie about such things. Her testimony was consistent. Her testimony was credible. I thought she was very witness. She testified as to those things that she remembered, those things she didn't remember. She told us she didn't remember. She didn't appear to be making things up that she knew wrong. What after hearing the testimony of the young lady is satisfied with people that the burden probably falls in place to the amended count one commercial conduct first degree person under 13, 17 years of age or older. That would be sexual penetration to vaginal count two. Sexual conduct second degree person under 13, 17 years of age or older. And added count three sexual conduct second degree person under 13, 17. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finding probably cost the binding defendant over to Lake County Federal Circuit Court for proceedings is arraigned on the information date and time will be January 31st, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Right this way, Mr. Witherspoon.
Meredith, did you receive the report from it's not called the BSU anymore?
It is pretrial investigation report. Recommend a downward departure of $20,000, 10% of the GPS at house arrest.
Mariner, would you consider that? My client does have his job available to him. He's worked there for 4 years.
And I don't think that that much of concern because based on the testimony I've heard at times, like the likelihood of conviction is great. Not for the period of time these charges to mainly count movement. We can take Troy Pasha,
Yes, Judge, and I apologize for the delay.
release the call and restart.
I was stuck in just three. For the three hours.
All right. Here you go. Are you on that, Mr. Pasha?
Gosh, right. Step up, stand.
Calling case 2359620 for the state of Michigan versus Troy Pasha. Been discharged in count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 aggravated assault, count 3 domestic violence, third degree. Then it has an additional in the second offense notice.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Morning, Judge, or good afternoon, Judge. 110 GSPA 3424, parallel against Tasha.
Tasha also has case 2359616, charged in count 1 aggravated assault, count 2 domestic violence, third offense notice, count 3 assault, and weapon. Has an additional in the second. All right, which matter are we proceeding on first?
I will first be proceeding on the case with the first date of August 8th.
That would be case number 2359616. Charged in count 1 aggravated assault, count 2 domestic violence, third offense, count 3 assault, and destruction. The defendant has the additional in the second. How many witnesses?
Your Honor, I would guess that the officer charged with August 8th.
Any objections to the last remaining Mr.
There's no question on testimony. Yes, it's P83434.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, the people who call, Mr. Martin Leeson.
He was. Mr. Dobbs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why are you on Zoom as opposed to being here, sir?
I'm coming right now, Your Honor. I just wanted to make sure my client had checked in.
Okay.
He has not checked.
See when you get here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Witness box next to you. Voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone. In fact, you can pick the base of that up and put it in the lap so you can speak directly to it. Okay?
There may be a potential witness at this court that are asking to be excused during this testimony.
What's your name, sir?
Martin Reason II.
What's your name, sir?
There
I can't hear you.
you go. He's dating Mr. Pasha, and he may have some information relating to this case. We may call him as a witness on this. Excuse.
Okay, because you may be a potential witness, we're gonna ask that you step into the hallway and take further notes, okay? Maybe when you're ready.
All right, please state your name once again for the record.
Mark Greason is said.
Okay, Mr. Greason, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If there's something you don't understand, or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to bring your attention to the date of August 8th of last year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where were you on that date?
I was over grandparents' house.
Okay, and where is your grandparents' house located?
18 March.
Okay, and is that the city of Detroit County Way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you there alone or with anyone else?
I was sitting on the porch with my friends.
Okay, and was this, so you're sitting outside
Yes, ma'am, on the porch.
with your friend?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this the, in the front of the house, back of the house, side of the house?
It was front of the house, ma'am.
Okay, sitting on the porch in front of your house.
Yes, ma'am.
So while you were sitting on this, front of the porch of your house, what happened?
Troy, was riding up to his bike, asking me for his property.
Let me stop you right there. You said Troy was riding up on his bike, is that right?
Yes,
What
ma'am.
is Troy's last name?
Troy Pasha.
Okay, and how do you know Troy Pasha?
We've been together for 10 years.
10 years,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And were you still together on that day of August 8th of last year?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he live with you on that date? Was he living at that house?
No, ma'am.
Okay, did he ever live at that house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said he wrote up and asked for a property?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what he was talking about?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What happened after he asked for some property?
Told him that he had a property at my house. He got loud and aggressive.
Okay. So you said he rode up on his bike. Was he still on his bike at that time?
No, he had got off the bike.
Okay. Where was the bike?
Man on the ground, sidewalk.
Okay, and where was he?
He was on the porch, pushing the porch.
Okay, so he had walked up to the porch where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about the friend of yours? Is the friend still
He was
there?
sitting next to me, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you said he was getting loud, what exactly do you mean?
He was getting loud, like starting to call me names. Just get real loud. His voice got louder and louder.
Okay, so he was getting loud. Was it just, could you describe what his demeanor was? Was it just loud or was it
Anger.
Anger. Okay, and had you seen him get angry before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how were you feeling at that point?
I used to do something.
Okay.
Real threat.
A threat, okay. So after he is getting loud, calling you names, what happens after that?
He immediately started attacking me.
Okay, when you say attacking you, what do you mean specifically?
I started punching me.
Okay, so did he actually punch you?
Yes, ma'am, on my side.
Okay, where on your side?
On that side right there.
Okay, and when he did that, what did you do with him?
My friend tried to help me. He said, put out like a sword, man.
Okay, who pulled out a sword or a knife?
Troy Pasha.
Okay, where did he pull that knife out from? His camp, okay. Had you seen that knife before he had pulled it out?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe what that knife looked like?
It's like a long sword knife.
A sword knife?
Yes.
Okay, so was it, could you describe, like, show us with your hand about how big that was?
Long like this.
Okay, so the, how big was the actual, was the sword metal? Okay. All right, and was it just straight or was it curved?
Curved to like, I can describe it like action movies. Like how they want it.
Okay, like an action movie? Okay, and again, could you show about how long the whole knife was? So about 18 inches maybe? Okay. So when you saw that, when he pulled it out, you saw that knife, what did you think?
He's gonna do something to me.
Okay, and what happened after he pulled the knife out?
My friend got scared and like ran into sort of the house and showed like grabbed me from choked me.
Okay, so is Troy still in front of you? You're not face to face anymore? Where is Troy in relation to your body?
Behind me.
Behind you, okay. Does he still have the knife?
No, I see my
Okay, so he didn't have the knife in his hand anymore? Okay,
So what did he do to you while he was behind you?
And choked up.
Okay, what did he choke you with?
I remember just grabbing me behind to the point I was like, starting to get unconscious.
Okay, and was your breathing restricted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what happened after that?
After dizzy, felt like fell to the ground.
Okay. Do you remember getting up off the ground?
Yeah, I was quite a piece when I was on the
Okay, were you still outside when you called the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did the police come?
They did them within hours.
Okay.
Sure, it was already done.
Okay. Were you injured as a result of? Like a cut going across your neck? Do you know where that cut was from? You believe on the road? Did you see him on the road? Okay. You stated he was behind you, correct? Did you see what he was, did you know what he was choking you with? Okay. What did it feel like, if you remember? It felt like a string?
Yes.
Okay. And what did it, and what did, could you see anything on your neck after this?
I remember it was like a big wet on my neck.
A big what?
Big wet on my neck.
Okay.
For a license until I had scabs. Afterwards, it wasn't bleeding, you could see scabs.
You can see.
Next day, you see like the scab around my neck.
Okay. So did it heal completely?
A week later.
A week later. Okay, so you don't have any mark on that for today, do you?
No.
Okay. And did you take any pictures of that in your summer?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have those pictures?
No.
Okay. Did you receive any medical treatment for that? Now, did you, was Troy supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am.
When? Okay, when did you obtain a PPO?
I don't know exactly.
Why did you obtain a PPO? Pardon? Okay, and, did you have the PPO served on? Oh, thank you, and Your Honor, at this time, I would move to, people's exhibit one. I have a certified copy of the registered actions for PPO. This is Martin Reason versus Troy Casha, case number 22-111129-EP, which indicates that there was a personal protection order that was granted against Mr. against Troy Casha with Martin Reason being related. This was granted on September 27, 2022, and there was a proof of service of this feature that was filed with the court on October 4th of 2022. This is a certified.
Judge, I would object that PPO disclosed in discovery has the wrong date of birth. There is a Troy Casha name as the respondent in the PPO, but this date of birth is 1990. Mr. Casha's date of birth is 1979. So I don't believe this certified copy of the register of action satisfies the actual.
Your Honor, I think that there was an issue with the wrong date of birth, but I do believe that was corrected. This is the only PPO that was in place at this time. It was the correct person. There was the typographical error of the date of birth.
I'll accept it because I believe that was more so as to what the court should have treated as opposed to this. Objections noted.
Thank you. Mr. Grayson, did you hear what I just stated on the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so was it on September 27th of 2022 that you were granted a DPO?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so. And so since that time, let's just say the summer of 2023, were there any violations of the PPO other than this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
What else happened?
Back my sister window, also us driving my sister vehicle, also us furniture.
Relevance to the separate case without those issues.
So the charge here is aggravated assault.
All right, and you indicated that there was damage to your sister's car. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how is that a violation of your PPO? Okay, so he came to the home of your residence.
Yes.
Okay, and he was prohibited from doing so by the PPO, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you see him there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say?
Yeah.
Okay, and when was this? Do you remember the month or the year that this happened?
August, September.
Of what year?
2023.
Okay, so just this past year, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Other than that incident and this incident that happened, was there anything else that happened?
We also sent me several text messages stating that he was outside of my home and I wasn't there.
The judge would object based on past evidence. If these text messages exist, the prosecutor has to use those systematic.
Other than text messages, was there anything else that he did?
We read voicemails on my.
Objection, judge, similar objection, best evidence.
Other than text messages and leaving you voicemails, was there anything else that happened? Like what?
Started moving to, breaking my home, keeping my front door. We also keeping took the air conditioning unit out my bedroom window.
Okay, so the incident that you are referring to right now is the other incident that we are here for today, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the date of that incident? Okay, was that also in August? What was that near to the date of the incident that you were talking about with the sword? Okay, so August of 2023?
All around the same time.
Okay. What happened on that day?
He was jamming on my window. I didn't answer the door. Broke the window. Smashed out the AC unit.
What day was this?
Another day.
What year?
He was jamming on the window so hard that the window shattered. He blew out the AC unit, smashed the window. Exactly what I was doing.
And was this the house, at the house that you were speaking of before?
My great person.
And was that your room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had you invited him over? Did you know that he was going to be coming over? Did you have any indication that he was trying to contact you?
He kept calling the phone, but I was sleeping.
Okay. How were you alerted that he was trying to come in?
Breaking it up.
Okay.
Here, glass.
Okay. And after he, you said he took the air conditioning unit out? Did you put it on the outside of the house or did you put it on the inside of it?
It was on the ground outside on the ground.
On the ground, okay. What happened after you did that? He climbed through the window and then to your bedroom? Was anyone else in there? What happened when he climbed in the window?
We started attacking me.
Okay. So you said you started attacking. Yeah.
Just this, I'm not trying to give instructions, but this training I talks about discovery issues as it relates to the second case, the August 13th incident, the related discovery. I have not a chance to review the discovery for this case that they're currently testifying. I would ask if this witness is going to testify at the August 13th incident, I'm asking for an adjournment on that case. All this conduct is related to the second case, which has not been called yet. We received the discovery on that case late last night at 9 p.m.
So your objection is what?
I would be asking for an adjournment on the August 13th case.
We're not even doing that case right.
All this testimony goes directly to the August 13th incident, which is not been called. The prosecution is essentially eliciting testimony about the second case under the first case, when I have not had an opportunity to review their cross-examination for this particular testimony.
So your objection is what?
To prevent further questioning about this incident until the best.
What's your legal objection to this?
I guess as a matter of discovery violation, this court has the authority to fashion the remedy that it sees fit. I'm asking this court to prevent further testimony about this case which we received undisclosed discovery, which this court has authority to do. We're simply requesting an adjournment.
You said you received this.
I have not reviewed it. We received it at 9 p.m. I have not had time to have it. It is in my possession.
So you testified that he was assaulting you, is that right? Okay. Were you still in your bed? Okay. What did he do specifically to you? Okay. Well, was it light or dark out? Okay. So could you see him clearly?
Yeah, I see.
Okay. Did he say anything to you? Okay. Was he hitting? What was he hitting you with?
Brass nipples.
Why do you believe that?
Because it's like got hit 4 or 5. Can you speak into the microphone, sir? It was like a metal thing between his knuckles.
Okay. So you said, where was he hitting you at?
My face. I just punched me in the side.
Okay. Were you injured as a result of that?
Yes, a mark on my eye was busted open.
Okay. Do you still have that mark on your eye?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive any medical treatment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was there any blood or no?
So it was blood.
Okay. Was it just from that one?
No.
Where were you bleeding from?
Several spots in my face.
Several spots in your face. Okay. Okay. So the mark that was left from him hitting you that night, where is that at exactly? Okay. And at this time, could you please show the court that mark that you just testified to?
Indicating for the record, just under the left eye, there appears to be maybe a half-inch scar.
Okay. And how did this incident end?
I have a screaming from the dog, he spit on me, and walk out the front door.
Okay. You walked out the front door, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else that you can remember that happened around this time that was a violation of the fee?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Mr. Recent, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You, Mr. Pasha, dated for a long time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Approximately 10 years?
Yes.
Around 2020 during COVID, you two broke up.
Just recently broke up, date 2022.
Okay, So you broke up around 2022?
Yes.
And Mr. Pasha broke up with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pasha moved to Akron, Ohio, correct?
No, sir.
He didn't move to Akron, Ohio after the breakup? Okay, but it is clear that Mr. Pasha broke up with you?
Yes, sir.
And in between 2022 and 2023, you two got in touch, correct?
No, sir. Well, no, yes.
Okay, so you had contact with Mr. Pasha in 2022 and 2023, correct?
Yes, as far as work life, stuff like that, yes.
And you would call and text Mr. Pasha, correct?
No, sir.
So your testimony is you've never called Mr. Pasha between 2022 and 2023?
No, sir.
What was your phone number during that time period?
313-732-1410.
What was the carrier?
I believe it was AT&T.
Okay, around the latter part of 2022, you found out that Mr. Pasha was dating someone new, correct?
No, sir.
So you're not familiar with an individual named Darian?
No, sir.
The individual who was in the courtroom earlier was excused?
No, sir.
And in September 2022, you took out a PPO, correct?
Yes, sir.
You went to Third Circuit Court,
Yes, sir.
appeared in front of Judge Glendenning.
No.
You appeared in front of a judge.
Yes.
And you're familiar with Mr. Pasha's date of birth, correct?
Yes.
What is it?
July 6, 1979.
Okay, and do you recall the date of birth you listed in the PPO? We're looking at the PPO fresh recollection.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Read something and you document. Read that and let me know whether you remember it. So what was the date of birth listed on the PPO?
5/12/1990.
That's not Mr. Pasha's birthday, correct?
No, sir.
Now let's talk about the incident itself. I'm going to take the August 8th incident first, okay? On August 8th, you were home. Correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pasha was actually with you earlier that day, correct?
No, sir.
So Mr. Pasha was not there.
No, sir.
And on that day, were you drinking alcohol?
No, sir. I was just smoking.
Smoking weed?
Yes, sir.
How much weed? Okay, and at some time in the day, Mr. Pasha was over, correct?
Yes.
What time is that?
I know it's night times and we were about 10.
Mr. Pasha gets there at 10 p.m.?
About 10, 11 o'clock. I know it's dark outside.
Okay. And Mr. Pasha approaches your porch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you two get into an argument. What is the argument about?
It's property.
Okay. And you had a friend there with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was that friend's name?
I'm recording.
You don't recall the name of this witness who saw the encounter?
Sir.
Did you tell the police that there was a witness there who observed everything?
Yes, I did.
Did the police investigate that witness?
I'm not sure.
Okay. During this encounter, you said Mr. Pasha choked you, correct?
Yes, sir.
He stood behind you.
Yes.
He had his arm around your neck.
Yes, sir.
You testified on the record that you lost consciousness. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you provided a witness statement in this case, correct?
Sorry.
You provided a written statement in this case?
Yes.
You went down to the police station on August 31st.
Yes.
You spoke with an officer at the precinct.
Yes.
Just man approach the witness. So, Mr. Greason, this is your statement, right?
Yes, sir.
You signed this statement. When you're giving the statement, you're being truthful and honest. Giving a complete account of the incident. Nowhere in this statement do you say you lost consciousness, do you?
No, sir, not, I didn't say this.
So point to me in this statement where you say you lost consciousness.
So I didn't.
Okay, so you didn't say you lost consciousness when you gave the statement. So you just testified to give clean, accurate, truthful statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Told the detective everything that was important about this.
Yes, sir.
You're saying that told the detective that you lost consciousness, that it simply wasn't put down in the statement.
I remember saying to it, yes, sir.
So my question is the statement, I lost consciousness in the statement?
No, sir.
Okay. When the police responded, they also had body cam footage, correct?
Correct.
And they spoke to you that day?
Yes, sir.
They talked to you about this incident?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't say you lost consciousness when they first spoke to you right after this incident occurred, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Did you approach the witness with officer's body cam footage?
Okay.
I'm not moving to admit it. Purely for. So which location? A, this is officer Q's body. Okay. For the record, starting the video, 3 minutes and 13 seconds. That's you, Mr. Pearson, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're being interviewed by the police?
Yes, sir.
You're giving a statement about the incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so sorry that this is a lengthy impeachment by omission, but during that entire body cam footage, you didn't hear yourself say you lost consciousness, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, on direct, you also testified that Mr. Pasha had a sword knife, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you used your hand to pick a length of approximately, fair to say, 12 inches?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this written statement, you also talked about the knife, correct?
Yes, sir.
And may I approach the witness again, Judge? In this statement, you say, question, what color was the knife? Answer, it had a black handle, period. It was a pocket knife. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you would agree that a pocket knife is distinctly different from a sword, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, afterwards, you called the police, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time did you call the police? What time did the police get there?
Nighttime, and then early that morning.
Okay, two officers were correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Alvin Hughes and Officer Fulton Rattler. They offer you medical attention, correct?
Yes, sir.
You decline.
Yes, sir.
They offer you transport to the hospital and you decline.
Yes, sir.
They didn't take any photos of your neck where you were allegedly cut.
No, they looked at it.
They didn't take any photos of your bruised left side of your body.
No, sir.
They didn't take any photos of your welting on your neck, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't tell them about the eyewitness.
No, sir.
You didn't tell them that a neighbor came and broke up a fight and target, correct?
Answer the question.
And you didn't provide the witness's name, correct? Eyewitness.
No, sir.
And do you have ring surveillance footage?
No, sir.
Do you have ring surveillance footage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it working at that time?
Sure.
Okay. Did you tell the police you had ring surveillance footage?
No, sir.
Okay, moving on to August 13th. Now, there was a second incident that occurred on August 13th, correct?
Yes, sir.
The day before August 12th, you invited Mr. Pasha to your home, correct?
No, sir.
He was not at your home on August 12th?
No, sir.
Was anybody else at the house?
No, sir.
Okay, so you don't have a friend named Antoine in the house?
No, sir.
And was your phone number still 313-732-1410 at the time of this incident? Okay, and so Mr. Pasha comes over at some time on August 13th, correct?
Yes.
What time is it? You roughly around the time? And Mr. Pasha pushes in the window unit?
Speaking to the microphone, sir. It was banging on the window, making the window shatter, and then immediately taking out the AC unit.
Okay, and he goes into the home?
Yes.
You know why he was over at the house?
No, sir. I believe it was because he thought I was over there somewhere.
Okay. And you two get into a tussle. Do you put your hands on Mr. Pasha?
No, I just kept on it off.
Okay, and then you eventually call the police, correct?
Yes.
And you never called, or the police never come to your house, correct?
No.
You just speak with the dispatcher,
Yes.
and you didn't take any photos of the AC unit, correct?
I believe I did. And
Sorry, that was confusing. You believe you did,
I
but
believe
no.
I did. I just don't remember.
Okay. And you don't have any photos of the window he allegedly pointed through?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Have you provided that to the prosecutor?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And you don't have a video recording of this incident, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Have you provided that to the prosecutor?
Yes, I have.
And 2 weeks later, you also give a statement on this case, correct?
Yes.
And on direct, you mentioned that you suffered some bleeding, correct?
Yes.
And that Mr. Pasha had a brass knuckle, correct?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness, Judge.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Greason, in this statement, you gave it on August 31st, correct? Spoke to a Detective Barnes. And you being truthful, honest. You gave a complete statement, correct? After the statement, you signed the statement, correct? So, Mr. Greason, nowhere in this statement you mentioned you're bleeding, correct? Nowhere in this statement do you mention brass knuckles, correct? You agree those are important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
One second, Judge.
Mr. Gibson, do you have any other phone number that you would have used to be communicating during August 8th or August 13th? Yes. No further questions.
You're right. Thank you, sir. You just said that. Any other witnesses for the people?
Okay.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Judge.
I would ask to find over a health action amendment of assault by strangulation based on the witness testimony.
Thank you, Judge. So as it relates to the case that was called, that occurred on August 8th, I'd like to point out two minor factual issues. The information, I believe, is deficient because it lists the location as 18191 Mark Street. This witness testified that the incident occurred on 18181 Mark Street. I'd also like to point out that the date of birth on the personal protection order that was served on A. Troy Pasha has a different date of birth, so we don't believe the actual notice requirement has been met for the home invasion charges. Getting to the substance of the August 8th issue.
You mean stop?
Correct, Judge, sorry. This court is not in a position to just receive the witness's testimony and decide whether or not there's a question of fact, otherwise they'd be appointed to preliminary examination. This court also has the duty to weigh and assess the credibility of the witness. And in this case, this witness has several inconsistencies about important facts in the case. They were not minor inconsistencies. They were important omissions or mischaracterizations between what he told us in court, what he told the officers at the scene, and what he said in his written statement. In the August 8th incident, he specifically testified that Mr. Pasha approached him with a sword knife, and he demonstrated to this court that it was approximately 12 inches in length. That is a far cry away from what he testified or told the officers on August 31st when he said that he was assaulted with a pocket knife. The August 13th incident reveals further inconsistencies, which I think are pretty alarming. He gets up on the stand and says that he was beaten with brass knuckles to cause him to bleed. Nowhere in his written statement does he mention those important details, which he also conceded were important details. This court has seen a number of cases where I think there's a similar motivating factor in the complaining witness having to testify. I think it's clear that this is a situation where the complaining witness agreed that Mr. Pasha broke up with him. Mr. Greason's clearly upset, angry, and vengeful after a messy breakup. He's now using the criminal legal system to get back at Mr. Pasha and exact his revenge. The only problem is that there is no evidence, physical evidence, to corroborate Mr. Greason's testimony. The police did no investigation whatsoever, didn't bother to take a witness statement from an eyewitness, didn't do the bare minimum. And Mr. Greason is up on the stand saying that he provided all this information to the prosecutors. I've not received it, and I don't think Ms. Green's going to get up and say that she's received it either. So I don't think this court can take this witness's testimony at his words. We're asking the court to not find it.
I would only say when the complaint testified about the August 13th incident, what he said about the brass knuckles that he has been hit before by the defendant, he knows what that felt like. So I think he was just trying to, at least about that, he was just trying to explain how it felt and how it did.
So the only thing that you're adding is one count of assault, great power, unjust murder by strangulation.
Yes, for the case that the court called. Would be forensic. Yes.
Okay, so in this case, is charged with one count of aggravated assault, one count of domestic violence, 33 times, which is a misdemeanor. Domestic violence. Third offenses, which would be the sentencing against me. So all I'm considering here is the aggravated assault. Satisfied that it was served personal protection order, even though it was kind of clerical error as to his date of birth. This defendant was on notice that he, in fact, had personal protection order out against him by contact with Mark Greasy, that he continue this predatory conduct. I believe the witness as it relates to that. I don't necessarily believe the testimony about the knife, whether it was a pocket knife or a sword or some sort. This is, as you are aware, the court is free to believe any part or portion of the witness's testimony. I do believe that he was being harassed by the defendant. I do believe there was some kind of interplay with a knife or some sort. I think that the witness may embellish a bit as to what kind of knife it was. That I don't believe he had a sword in the head when he was told then, as opposed to describing it as a pocket knife. All that being said, the court is satisfied with having the proper cause as it relates to the charges. But I did aggravated stalking by way of the personal protection order or the unwanted numerous contacts by this defendant. Either way will suffice. But just for reference, the court itself, the unwanted contact over and over again by this defendant. We filed over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date time will be January 31st, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Can we respond on this case, Judge?
I'm sorry.
Can we respond on this case, Judge?
You might want to wait after the second.
And then, just record, if a business court allows the defendant to actually call back.
Oh, yeah, it's all about strangulation. No, I want to put a little more weight behind his initial story, which doesn't speak to being strangled. And I think this is some kind of spiritual strangulation. Like some of the information just as it is, I'm not going to add the charge. So, strangulation. Not finding that testimony is correct. As it relates to the location, Mr. O is correct, that the witness testified that the location of 18181 Marks in the city. Information can be amended at any time before, during, or after the hearing examination or trial. So I will allow the amendment of the location to be 18181 Marks in the city. Second case is going to be a hold as well. Mr. Dobbs. Mr. Dobbs, what's going on with your case?
My client is in a wellness center, Your Honor, so we're going to ask him.
Who told him to do that?
This is psychiatric, so it was a mental health issue.
Did he do that on his own? Who did that?
Jail.
Judge, gonna get away. Calling case 2360464, Chico State of Michigan versus Kenneth White, March the 2nd. And then charged with count 1 March.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Diana Lynch on behalf of people, key number 84589.
And good afternoon, Your Honor, and the staff, Attorney Quentin Docs, number 79657. Mr. Kenneth.
Where's Mr. Marks?
Your Honor, he has been transferred to a teen wellness psychiatric center, and I'm trying to locate which one. I think it's the one on Russell Street. So we're asking for an adjournment so we can figure out how to see what's
You
going on.
said he was admitted there?
Yes,
By who?
in Wayne County Jail.
You know how long he's gonna be there?
I do not.
What do you propose?
I would, Your Honor, set it up for PCC 2 weeks. I'll figure out how long and what's the outcome of what Mr. Mark's condition.
Not willing to do it for 2 weeks. I'll give you 1 week.
Okay.
I'll adjourn the possible cause conference to January 31st at 8:30.
Sure.
Here's my homicide. Who else do I have? Is Moore still gonna be a hold? How many witnesses do you have? Stop. Okay. Is Moore still gonna be a hold?
I get Mr. Davis, he's in a hallway.
There's gonna be a waiver. The testimony is gonna be largely the same.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. Calling case 2359620, real estate Michigan versus Troy Punch. We just practice. Yours gonna be a hold? Yes. All right, I might have to push you over to another day, I still have a hindsight. Wait, on my whole work. See back here. This is what happens when you get attorneys to show up late.
Said someone was on time.
He wasn't on time either.
He wasn't. He was probably across the street.
I appreciate you both calling and getting it this morning. Makes a difference. I don't have to call my business. I appreciate it. Mr. Alright, wait, I guess I kind of got signed away before.
there.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, which one are we doing first?
Sorry.
Which one do you want to do first?
I'm going to Mr. Pasha first, since he's out here and take it. Recalling 2359620 versus Troy Pasha. He's charged with count one home invasion versus 3, count 2 aggravated assault, count 3. This is the warrant. That's the wrong case. I'm sorry. Was that right? Okay. Again, this is case 2359620, charged with count 1 home invasion person 3, count 2 aggravated assault, and count 3 domestic violence, third offense. Then has the official in the second.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shall we turn to the people, plea number 60249?
Good afternoon, Judge Nick, with defendant service of Detroit by Gleno, PA 3424, appearing on behalf of Mr. Pasha. Mr. Pasha, tell me your name, sir. All right, today's the day time set for preliminary examinations. Judge, Mr. Pasha is waiving his right to a preliminary examination. We'd also like to address bond at the appropriate time. Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You understand you have statutory right to have a preliminary examination by the saying that means you won't have one. You will be bound over to any conflict, so the court is just in charge. You understand that? You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? Thank you. Yes, sir. You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish a crime of charge with the city of Detroit. Yes, sir. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? Yes, sir. Does anyone promise you? Yes, sir. Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily? Yes, sir. Any objection? Court finds defendant's waiver was made knowingly and voluntarily. For finding defendant guilty of any conflict of court. Criminal division for further proceedings.
Is arraignment on the information date time to be January 31st, 2024, time of as found, sir.
I believe Mr. Pasha has a personal bond on this case, but in case number ending in 61601, he has a $20,000 10% bond. We're asking the court to consider reducing it down to a personal bond with GPS under house arrest. It's my understanding that since this August incident, there have been no contacts between Mr. Pasha and Mr. Reason. They are no longer in a dating relationship, and Mr. Pasha has moved on. They're seeing somebody else. He has ties to the community and owns his own home that he can be tethered to. I think a factor in the bond analysis is the likelihood of conviction. In a case like this, where it's a he said situation, with no corroborative physical evidence, I think the likelihood of conviction is not that high. The jury trial. So we're asking for a reduction.
In speaking of Kenneth, he did say that he had had several visitors in the house. Did you know who they were, but harassing him about his case? He did not say that it was not planned or specifically the family, but there were individual people that was concerned about that. So that's an issue that
All right, so Mr. Pasha, I don't know if you know who these people are, but they certainly have not helped you. In fact, you blame them for your non-being continued. Let them know that they're the reason that you're still sitting in jail, because the court was going to increase your bond. That bond is right now.
Or one copy of the TSU, right?
Yeah. Let's get back to Mr. Moore. Ernest Guy Moore.
More.
We call it 2455051. What's the admission versus Ernest Guy Moore? Been discharged from count 1 criminal sexual conduct first degree during felony. Count 2 unlawful imprisonment. Count 3 assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, risk of murder by strangulation. Count 4 assault with dangerous weapon. Defendant has conviction. Court and appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for people, number 60619.
And afternoon, Your Honor, Rich Davis, P 76203, and Ernest Moore, who's present in my
All right. We've had some interesting going around about this case. That this case was originally scheduled for 11 o'clock. The time is now almost 2 o'clock. I still have a homicide that has 7 witnesses. We thought we were going to go, and then we insisted in having this attorney work record here. So we had to wait for the attorney to get here as well. Push this down all the way back. All that being said, the court has to adjourn this matter. I will adjourn to. How many witnesses do you have? 2 witnesses. So I can adjourn this matter to. I can do 12:30 this Friday, January 26th. This Friday. We got to get it this week. I can do January 29th at 1:30. That's fine. Is that good for the people?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Just make sure that we're on time and ready to go. Okay, let's have a homicide.
Okay.
No lunch, Judge?
We'll see the attorney come out.
Do you mind if I throw my stuff back in the box?
Back again. Yes, you are. I appreciate you guys being timely to us.
Not a problem. And Judge, if I can ask you something on an unrelated matter?
Sure.
Did you get that motion order I sent you on that other thing? For agency for Mr. Jackson?
No idea.
Okay, I can email it again.
Email it directly to.
Okay, I will.
Or you can do it.
Okay, I feel it. Okay, all right.
Calling case 2360305.
Mr. Pringle, right?
People in the state of Michigan versus Sherman Sakaya Pringle Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, person 3 premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 3 and 4 felony firearm. It has a condition within the court offense notice mandatory 25 years.
Good afternoon, man. This is honorable court. The Jonathan Kenneth appearing on behalf of people P8528.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Brian Brown, P80560, appearing on behalf of Mr. Sherman Pringle. Was Pringle, please get the next record.
Sherman Pringle. Okay. This daytime set for preliminary examination. Very awkward situation in that my staff has not had lunch. You guys get some kind of relief.
Yeah, I'm leaving the other officer that was here now.
Oh, you're leaving somebody?
Yeah. We good.
You good? Okay. Madam Clerk, can you find somebody to relieve? You sure? Yeah. All right, lunch will be on me again tomorrow. I need to know you step away. Is the time set for exam? Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, and just for the record, this is a continuation of the previous exam that we have 2 witnesses testifying before you. I also at that prior hearing provided notice that the people are going to see finding over amended charges. I just want to make sure they're there.
I do have the amended charges, and Mr. Pitts, when you amend the charges in the manner in which you did, that has to go through the proper channels. So that has to go through the arraignment court. So that you can be arraigned, you have to get. I know it sounds stupid, I should be able to just do it here, but because there has to be certain things put into the system and so forth, and sometimes we have to create a file for all that kind of stuff. It has to be a link, so I guess I'm gonna do that now, but we can't cut corners anymore, we have to go through the proper procedure. This point forward.
Okay, and Judge, I think it's my understanding that he wants to amend the charges if the testimony allows. I don't think he wants to do it without the testimony. If I'm not correct.
I anticipate the testimony. Okay. So I am seeing that amendment.
Okay.
My issue, Judge, and I've encountered this before, I did attempt to do that before, and I got the one around from court administration regarding the proper way to handle that. And ultimately, I wound up back to just doing it this way. So I don't know if there's someone that the court could direct me to. I'm always happy to follow proper procedures. I just spent a significant amount of time on a prior case getting the runaround.
Should the occasion arise, I was just trying to do a little process there.
Certainly, Judge. Just to be clear, this is all part of the same transaction. So it's
okay. That being said, should I be calling the amended charges or wait to see the proof there? I would ask for the court to call the amended charges. Amended charges are count one, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count two, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count three, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count four, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count five, felony firearm. Count six, felony firearm. Count seven, felony firearm. Count eight, felony firearm. Count nine, tampering with evidence, criminal case punishable by more than 10 years. Count 10, tampering with evidence, criminal case punishable by more than 10 years. Defendant has an additional and court defense notice mandatory 25 years. So, Mr. Brown, waive the reading, stand mute.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court enter a plea of not guilty. Except in your examination for right now.
Sure enough. Let me check my schedule. I've got that time. One of the housekeeping matters, Your Honor, I believe there was some additional discovery that was received by the people. If we could possibly have your helpful staff maybe make a copy so I can get a copy from.
What is it?
I believe it's a pictures and possibly a statement with who made the call today.
This case, you didn't give that to the defense counsel recording?
Judge, I was just handed it about 20 minutes ago, so no, I did not. I did make Mr. Brown aware of this since I was aware of it. And if I could just have a moment, let's see, Mr. Brown. Pressure punch. Sure. We make 2 copies. Thanks. If there are no further preliminary matters for the defense, I'll go ahead and call my first witness. People call FT Elizabeth Serna to the stand. Technician Elizabeth Serna. She's Serna.
No, ma'am, please step forward. Give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated over here. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to you. Voice up nice and loud, speaking to that microphone to your left. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name again for the record.
Elizabeth Rena.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with Hunting Services for Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you served in that role?
A little over 2 years.
Have you ever worked for any other law enforcement agencies?
No, sir.
And what type of job duties do you have in crime scene services?
I go to any crime scene that we're called out for and also assisting with photography and other collection.
And did you receive any training for that role?
On the job training.
What does that consist of?
I was with a higher seniority partner and they would tell me like what to do.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you responded to in the 2 years that you served with the Detroit Police Department?
Probably over 1,000.
And are these all types of crime scenes, or do you respond to specific types?
They're all types.
Now, I want to take you back to October 14th of 2022. Were you called to the 9600 block of Balfour on that day?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes, sir.
Is that Wayne County?
I'm not sure what county it is.
But it's the city of Detroit.
Yes.
And why were you called that?
We're called for search warrant.
And did you participate in executing that search warrant?
We went and photographed and collected evidence.
Was that 9651 Balfour that you went into?
Yes, sir.
And could you just, for the record, describe that location generally?
It was like a 2-story brick building on the west side of the street.
And what about the interior? Did you go inside?
Yeah, it opened up into like an entryway, and the west of the entryway was like a living room. West of the living room was a dining room, south of the dining room was like a kitchen area. West of the dining room was like a hallway that led to the northwest and southwest bedrooms and the bathroom.
And did you do anything to document your observations of this location?
We photographed and we did a sketch for it.
What do you mean, did a sketch? What is that?
So we were required to draw on our smartphone software a sketch of the scene.
And did you produce a sketch?
Yes.
Did that sketch fairly and accurately depict the scene as you observed it?
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach, Judge? Okay. So I just handed you what I previously marked as People's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's the scene sketch that I drew.
At this time, I move to People's Exhibit 7.
Any objection? Admit it.
Permission to approach again, Judge.
Okay.
And just for the record, how many pages is that document that I handed you?
2.
And just so you're aware, Judge, I handed you a copy that's front. So.
Oh, okay. I thought you said this is.
And could you just walk us through this document? What's depicted on page 1 of the People's Exhibit 7?
So page 1 is the scene of the house in the backyard and the house south of that location.
And what are these little yellow markers?
Those are what we call placards, where we use to label our evidence.
And what about page 2? What's on page 2?
Page 2 is the information for the scene as well as the legend.
And what's specifically shown in the legend?
The markers that are placard 1 through and the letters of those.
And do those placards correspond with anything?
Yes, they correspond with the city sketch.
And what do the placards and everything else correspond with physically with relation to your observations?
Any evidence I reflected.
So on page 2, anything that's listed here is evidence that was collected in this matter?
Yes,
And who collected that?
my partner and
Now, when you say your partner and I, how does that work? Do you work as a team?
yes.
But did you personally observe all of these items at location?
Yes, sir.
How about we start with page 2? Could you walk us through the 9mm casings? Where were those?
So, the first time the millimeter casing was found in the dining room, which was placard 1. So it was by the last wall of the dining room.
What about 9 through 12?
9 through 12 were found in the backyard.
Okay, and how about the next line? What is that?
The iPhone, the white iPhone, was found in the living room.
What about the third line? What's that?
The black hair cap was placard 3, which was in the living room as well.
Okay, how about we just keep going down? What's the next one?
Placard 4 was a pair of blue latex gloves that were found in the living room behind the sofa.
How about placard number 5?
5 was a footwear impression that was found in the living room.
And what is a footwear?
So this footwear impression, there was like some dust on the ground, and then it appeared that someone had stepped in that dust, which left like a shoe impression of their shoe.
What about the placard 6?
Placard 6 was found in the northwest bedroom, and it was a blue metal.
How about placard 7 and 8?
7 was found on top of the refrigerator, and it was a 9mm FC light brown that was in the dining room, and then 8 was also a 9mm FC light brown that was found on the third in front of the house.
Are you saying C light brown?
FC light brown.
And just so the record is clear, what's the difference between the live rounds and the casings?
A light brown is a full intact bullet with the casing, and then the casing is just the casing itself.
Okay. How about placard number 13? What was that?
13 was a black trash bag with suspected blood.
And where was that located?
That was located in the driveway.
Did you do anything with respect to the suspected blood?
No, sir. I don't think so.
What about placard 14?
Placard 14 was a Band-Aid with suspected blood that was found on the dining room table.
How about 15, 16, and 17?
15, 16, and 17 were all cell phones. They were found in the dining room as well. Do you want me to list the cell phones?
No, that's okay. But the page 2 of People's Exhibit 7 is an accurate depiction of the cell phones. That accurately describes the cell phones?
Yes.
Okay. How about the black sheet that's listed? What's that?
The black sheet was like a bed sheet that was found in the back part of the house that was found.
What happened with respect to the black sheet?
I guess one of the homicide detectives noticed it in the back. part of the
Objection is,
house.
I think she's speculating to what happened.
To your personal knowledge, did anything happen with respect to the black sheet? Okay. And what about placards A through J? What are those?
Those are all suspected blood.
And could you walk us through where those are located?
So A is found in the living room. B, C, D, and E were found in the dining room. F is found in the southwest bedroom. H was found in the kitchen, and I and J were found on the side door and frame of that door.
And did you do anything with respect to that suspected blood?
We swabbed it.
What do you mean you swabbed?
So we have a swab, we took swab that will swab the blood that so we can collect it.
And what happens with respect to the swabs?
I would assume that they get sent
Please,
to the
she
lab.
would not assume, she's speculating, she doesn't know.
We don't want you to assume, you can tell us if not.
To your personal knowledge, were the swabs placed on evidence?
Yes.
And just generally speaking, were there any observations that you made about this location that are not captured in the scene sketch?
Yes.
Anything related to the smell or anything along those lines?
The smell.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah.
Now, this diagram is not drawn as scale.
No, sir.
There's no way of looking at this particular diagram to determine how far away from the house certain items were found.
Correct.
There's also no way of determining how close certain items are to each other. Correct? Now, item number 13, black trash bag with suspected blood. We didn't swab that for blood, correct? Why wouldn't you swab that for blood? First of all, why wouldn't you swab that?
Because we're already collecting the trash bag, so it's already collecting that blood.
Now, do you and your partner go to different locations when you're collecting evidence?
No, we're always next to each other.
You're always next to each other? Does one person put the placards down, or you guys alternate?
It just depends.
So you don't know which ones you put down?
No.
Because you take turns as far as collecting evidence?
Yes.
Do you know specifically which evidence you collected yourself?
No, sir.
So when you guys were inside, you guys were inside together?
Yes.
And you were outside, you're outside together?
Yes.
Okay, then thank you. No further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You may step.
And this time people involved Sharon Harkins to the stand. She's in the witness room.
And please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to you. Voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that each of your loved ones who sit. Maybe you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. You, try to keep your voice up. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
And if you could speak in the microphone. Could you please state your name for the record?
Sure, I'm Hardy.
And are you employed, Ms. Hargis?
No, that's the moment.
Do you know Sherman Pringle Jr.?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Not that long. Just like for a couple months.
And do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
He got on green and white.
And where is he seated? I'd ask for the record reflect the identification of the defendant.
So noted.
And did you also know someone by the name of Victor Williamson?
Yes.
How long did you know Mr. Williamson?
6 years.
How did you know him?
We were together.
I'm sorry?
We were together.
Together how? Off again, off again, you have children together?
Yes, we have twins together.
And how did you know the defendant?
I just know through Vic, because he's his cousin.
And did you know anything about the relationship between those two?
No.
Did you see Victor on Friday, October 7th?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that was 2022.
Yes.
What happened on that day? You start when you first saw Victor?
We were out shopping, and then after that, we had ran out of gas on Telegraph. We went to the gas station, then I took him home, then I drove off, and then he called me and told me to come back to bring his stuff, and then I came back. When I got there, Sherman was there.
Let me stop you. When you say there, you're talking about Victor's home?
Yeah, where he was staying at the hotel on Telegraph.
Telegraph and what? Do you remember?
6 months.
Okay, so you go back. What happens when you go back?
I gave Victor his stuff, and we were talking for a minute, and he said that he was about to leave with Sherman.
And that's the defendant?
Yes.
And you said you actually saw the defendant there?
Yes.
What time was that approximately?
I want to say it was around like 5 or 6, something like that.
Did you give a statement to the Detroit Police Department on this matter?
I did.
And that statement happened closer in time to October of 2022 than today?
Yeah.
So would it be fair to say that your memory at the time that you gave the statement to the Detroit Police would be better than it is today?
Yeah.
Would reviewing that statement help refresh your recollection as to what time that you saw him at the motel?
Judge, I would object, she's not indicating that she does not know exactly or needs her memory to be refreshed. She indicated she thinks it's around a particular time. Maybe not be the answer the prosecutor's looking for, but I believe she answered the question.
Were you sure about the time?
I wasn't, I'm not sure about the time.
She's not sure about the question.
We're reviewing your statement, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach, Judge?
May.
And I just handed you a document. Before you look through that, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the statement that,
of the detective.
Okay, go ahead and take a look at it, and then when you're done, look up if your memory's not fresh. Permission to approach, Judge. Okay. Did reviewing that jog your memory at all?
Yeah.
What time do you think that was, you dropped, or went back from what time?
Like about 6.
And you said you saw the defendant there, what was the defendant doing?
He was upstairs in big motel at first, and then he came down and got in the car.
What car did he get in?
I think it was a gold Buick.
And what happened next?
After that, I talked to him for a little bit longer, and then I left and went, I was on my way home.
And did you hear from Mr. Williamson again about that?
Yes, when I got home, he asked me, did I make it home?
And how long did that conversation last for approximately?
Probably about 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, did you speak to him again after that?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was like 10 o'clock.
And what happened during that conversation?
He was crying. And he was telling me that, he asked me, was he ugly? And I said, you're not gonna be everybody's cup of tea, and I like you and stuff like that. And then he was just like, I'm about to tell them I'm ready to go home. When he was talking about his cousin, he said that he was ready to go home.
And how long did that conversation last?
Probably about, I'd say like no more than 20 minutes at the most.
And you said he was crying. What was his general demeanor?
Like something was going on, but he didn't want to say what was going on.
Did he say anything else about what was going on that night?
He didn't, no.
Judge, permission to share my screen. Ms. Hargis. Well, Judge, if I need to make an offer, of proof, I'm planning on slightly impeaching my opponents.
Said that during court, they changed it to the 5th.
While you're doing that, let me see what Mr. Clemens wants. Mr. Clemens, how can I help?
I got a call to log into your Zoom. Was that a mistake?
You and I disagree a bit here. Actually, I think I don't have a company Joe Barry, another for the show because.
Are you taking a spot appointment?
No.
I didn't think so. Who told you to log in with me?
The message came in through the through the office. It must be a mistake.
Okay. All right, good to see
See
you
you later.
anyhow. All right.
Likewise.
All right, Judge, I'll mark this for identification purposes only as People's Exhibit 8. I'm not planning on admitting it into evidence. I'm going to put it up on the screen now.
I would ask they at least lay a foundation for their people, at least ask the witness whether or not she said a particular statement, then later offer evidence to impeach her. But I'm not even sure on what basis he's impeachable with the issue.
So it looks like that she made a statement based on what you just collected. So she made a statement.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so I put People's Exhibit 8 up on the screen. Ms. Hargis, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
And do you recognize anyone that's visible in that shot up on the screen? That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be when you give a statement to the Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna play it from the 2 hour, 38 minutes and 1 second.
I don't know how many to go, but you know, if you do this. When you do it, just airdrop it to me.
Okay.
So just select all of them, airdrop them to me. I should pop up in a minute. That's me.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you only airdrop 5 videos.
Okay. I'm waiting on the rest to come in.
Okay.
So I enter the exact timestamp, Judge.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me see. Yeah,
Okay. It may work the way you do it, but usually when I click that button, it pop up, you know.
Someone had to say, but it ain't. Okay, let me try again. Save that. Save duplicate. Let me see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But that other one is not saving.
No.
It might be because I got too much stuff on my phone. But it says it's still loading. Like something's still loading.
Yeah, it probably is. So it's gonna take a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me see where I'm at. Answer. Okay. You said when he called you crying, he said that he's about to have.
he said he asked me, do I think he ugly?
Right.
But after that, yeah, he said he about to have his cousin drop him off at
And that's how
home.
he said it. I'm about to have my cousin drop me off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He said, I'm not going with him. And then I heard his cousin come to the.
And I've stopped at the 2 hour, 40 minute and 30 second mark. Did you hear something else you said there to, the officer that you're speaking to?
Yeah, he said he wasn't going with him.
And do you now recall that he also said that, or do you agree with your testimony that all he said was the other?
He said all that, he said he wasn't going wherever they was.
Okay. And what time approximately was that?
It was around 10 something.
And did you have any other communication with, Mr. Let me take this off the screen. Sorry. Did you have any other communication with Mr. Williamson?
We tried after that and we text, but after we checked, there was no more communication.
And what was the content of your text conversations?
I was just asking him like, are you talking about another girl and stuff like that? Like basically was talking about why he probably would ask me, was he ugly? He said no. He didn't. That was basically the conversation.
And when was the last text message you received from Mr. Williamson? Judge, I know for the record, it looks like she's looking at her phone. Ma'am, I don't think you can look at your phone unless you can't remember the time. Is there something that you could look at that would refresh your recollection as to the time?
I was just looking at the last text message.
Right, would reviewing your phone refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, so just for the record, I request permission that she be able to look at her phone. So she can. Okay.
His last text message was at 10:55.
And what was that?
Even though I want to build and do things with you.
Okay. And the next day, did you hear from Mr. Williamson at all?
No.
Is that typical?
No.
Did you hear from the defendant?
No.
Did you try to get in contact with him?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I asked for his number. I don't know who I called and asked for his number to try to see if he knew where Rick was at.
Did you do anything else to try and find Mr. Williamson?
I went down to his motel where he was staying at and went down there and looked and knocked on the door and asked my front desk have they seen him.
And did you ever speak with the defendant about what happened to Mr. Williamson?
I don't remember speaking to him. I don't know. I didn't speak to him.
Did you ever see the defendant when you were looking for Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was when we were looking for it. He said he was on St. Mary in 6 Mile.
You said he said he was on St. Mary.
Sherman said that he was on St. Mary. Victor was on St. Mary in 6 Mile. That's where he dropped him off at. That was the first one that I seen Sherman.
And did you go to St. Mary in 6 Mile?
Yes.
Was the defendant there?
Yes.
And what happened on that day?
So that we went looking, like walking up and down the street looking. He said he dropped him off at the house. And we went, knocked on the door, and the man said nobody got dropped off at the house. So his sister went to the next door neighbor's house to get, the cameras or whatever. And she told her she would call her later with the camera
footage or whatever.
And where was the defendant at this time?
He was like, basically like walking up and down the street, like, trying to help us look for, I think he was spending, really, I think he was spending.
Please don't speculate. If you know, you don't know.
He was spending, on the sidewalk, but, and while we was talking to the people.
And when you say us, who's all there?
T, Brittany, and me, and Sherman,
So who are T and Brittany?
big sisters.
And you know what their relation is to the defendant, Sherman?
They his cousin.
Did anything else happen that day when you were searching for Mr. Williamson with respect to the defendant?
We saw him that, he needed to go down to the precinct with us, but he said that he needed to get a new tire for his car, and then we all just left.
So the people you were with split off from the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you all go?
I think everybody went their own separate way.
So did you ever go to the precinct to report Mr. Williamson missing?
I did, yes.
When was that?
I think it was right after that.
And did you try to get in contact with the defendant again?
Yeah, I called him several times, but he didn't answer.
Did you send him any messages?
Yes.
Did he respond to any of those?
No.
No further questions.
Process there.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hodges. Now, you saw Mr. Williamson at the motel on October the 7th, correct?
Yes.
You also said you saw Mr. Pringle, he was coming down from the room?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Williamson at when Mr. Pringle was coming down from?
He was standing by my vehicle talking to me.
You stated that you've known Mr. Pringle for several months, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you've known Mr. Williamson for some years?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that Mr. Williamson and Mr. Pringle were very close?
Yes.
Okay. They hung out a lot, correct?
Yes.
As far as you know, they never had any problems. Mr. Williamson never let you believe that he had problems with Mr. Pringle, correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So when you saw Mr. Pringle there at the hotel or the motel, it wasn't out the ordinary, correct?
No.
Okay. Mr. Pringle frequently picks up Mr. Williamson, correct?
Yes.
And brings him home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they hang out outside of Mr. Williamson's residence a lot, correct?
I don't know about hanging outside his residence.
No, I mean, what I mean by they hang out in other places other than.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been to Mr. Pringle's house?
No.
Are you familiar with anybody by the name of Bumat?
No.
You've never heard that name before?
No.
Now, this night that Mr. Williamson called you and asked you, was he ugly? You suspected it was a female involved?
Yes.
And how long did he cry for? Was it like
It was like short.
Was he like sobbing, or was he just like you could hear it in his voice where he was crying?
You can hear it in his voice that he was crying.
And at that point in time, he never said he had a problem with Pringle or anything, correct?
He just said that he wasn't going, no, he didn't say he had a problem with them.
You said he said he just wasn't going to go with
With
them?
them. He said, I'm not going with
them.
Yes.
Okay. What was your understanding on who them was? Who was them in your mind?
It wasn't in my mind because he said him and my cousin walking up to the car.
Okay. But you said them. You would agree that them is plural, correct? He didn't say him, he said them.
Yes.
Did you know who Victor was over there with besides Mr. Pringle?
I didn't know.
Okay. But you assumed there was other people over there besides Mr. Pringle, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't know where the location that Mr. Williamson was referring to that he did not want to go to, right? You didn't know what they were talking about going, correct?
No.
Did you get you didn't get a response when you asked Victor, are you talking about a girl, correct?
He didn't get a response.
Okay, you said he said no?
Yes, he said
Okay.
no.
Was it your understanding that he got into it possibly with somebody else over the house who may have called him other than Mr. Pringle, if you know?
Objection.
If you know, if you know.
Suspend.
Do you know if possibly he got into it?
No, I don't know what happened because he didn't say what actually happened. He was just crying, that was it.
Okay, and that's not a common conversation you guys had about him calling you out the blue, asking if he was up against it.
No.
So it kind of struck you off guard a little bit.
Yes.
When he left, did he tell you what he was about to go do?
No.
And you said you stayed on the phone for approximately 20 minutes when he called you to ask you this question?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the whole conversation geared around whether or not he was ugly?
No, the whole conversation was not, it was like the beginning of the conversation was he ugly, and then he was saying like, he's not going with them, he's ready to go home. He'll call me when he get home, and that was it.
Have there been other, I guess, occasions where he's called you and said he's about to come home, hasn't came home right away?
Yes.
So you didn't think none out of the ordinary when he didn't return home within, say, 20, 30 minutes after him telling you that he went to return home, correct? Did he sound intoxicated to you?
No.
You stated that it was not typical for you to not hear from him. What's the longest you've ever went without hearing from him?
Not that long, probably like an hour or two, I'm not here.
You just stated that it's not out the ordinary for him to contact you to say that he's on his way home and not return home in a timely fashion. Correct, stated, right? Okay. Now, out of these other times, would you be in contact after he originally told you he wasn't coming home and didn't return home? Would you call him or him call you for an updated status, so to speak, of where he was at?
Yes.
Every time?
Most of the time,
Oh,
yes.
okay, so you would agree that sometimes he would call you and say, hypothetically, it'd be midnight. He said, hey, I'm about to come home, and he didn't return home until possibly 3 or 4, correct?
Well, we didn't live together, he lived at the motel and I stayed in my house.
Okay, so you wouldn't know when he got home, yeah, of those times, right?
Yeah, he would have called. He always made sure he called whether he lived with me or not.
Okay, I understand. But you would agree that it was on some occasions, he would call you at, say, midnight or 1 o'clock, tell you he was coming home or going home, but did not go home immediately after speaking, right? I'll break it down. There have been some occasions where he's called you, he was out, right? And he told you that I'm on my way home, right? But he did not go immediately home, correct?
Yeah.
And you just testified that you don't stay with him, so you don't know when he got home, right? On those certain occasions, correct?
Right.
You would agree, on some of those occasions, not all, but some of those occasions, he did not call you to let you know an updated status of when he actually got home, right? He didn't always call you when he got home, right?
No, he did, he usually called.
Not usually, I understand, he usually.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. We've gone around this several times. I think it's a minimal probative value in the first instance, and at this point.
It's the same.
Just one final question, when Victor left, how was his demeanor to you?
When I left. the
When he
motel,
left from the motel?
I didn't see him leave the motel. I left the motel and he was fine, perfectly fine.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Can you agree?
Just very briefly, Judge. We talked a lot about this phone call, the last phone call that you had with Mr. Williamson. Did he mention at any point on the phone anyone other than the defendant?
No.
And in your 6 years of knowing Mr. Williamson, would you describe him as thin-skinned? What was his just general? So, is he someone that would typically not respond well to a stranger, basically insulting?
I think that causes speculation. She's not with him all the time. She doesn't know how he would react to it.
She is the mother of his children. She knew him for 6 years. I think there's
Based on the personal research.
Like he. Like, a friendly person, so I mean. Like towards a stranger, like I never seen, I mean, he be around people that he knows, so I've never seen him. Like I don't know, or like.
Okay, how about with, sorry, you cut you off, go ahead. How about with people that he knows then? Did he have a quick temper?
No, it wasn't like quick, no.
No further questions.
Just a couple follow-up questions. You said that he was very friendly. Did he like to seek the approval of like strangers or new friends? He like to seek their approval?
No.
Okay. Did he bully people?
No.
Thank you, man. You may step down.
With that, the people are gonna call Victoria Williamson to the stand.
Can I please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady? You have it already? Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud so we can hear you. Speaking to that microphone to your left once you sit down. When you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name again for the record?
Victoria Williamson.
And do you know someone by the name of Sherman Pringles Jr.?
Yes.
How long have you known that individual?
Like,
What's your relationship to him?
auntie-in-law.
I'm sorry?
I'm this, uncle.
So your uncle's ex-wife, you said?
Mhm.
And you just have to answer yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
And do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
Green shirt, white, t-shirt under,
And where is he seated?
right to my right.
And that's the record reflect the identification of the defendant.
So noted.
And did you know someone by the name of Victor Williamson?
Yes,
Who is that?
my son.
And what about the relationship between the defendant and Victor Williamson? Do you know anything about that relationship?
Yes,
What was their relationship?
they were cousins, best cousins.
What do you mean by best cousins?
They were always together, did a lot of stuff together.
How often would you personally see them?
I say maybe 4 or 5 times, you know.
And did you know of any animosity between the two? Any issues?
No.
What about Sherman Pringle Sr.? You know who that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
his father, Will Sherman's father.
And just so it's clear, what's his relationship to you?
My brother-in-law, well, ex-brother-in-law.
So he's your ex-husband's brother?
Yes.
And do you remember the last time you heard from Victor Williamson?
A couple of days before he passed away.
And that was in October of 2022?
Yes, correct.
And before you knew he passed away, what happened around that time with respect to Victor Williamson?
I'm sorry.
Wasn't a great question, so I'll withdraw it. Did you know right away when he passed away?
No, I didn't.
Why is that?
I didn't get a phone call. And then when I did get the phone call, we were looking for him. Because that's not like Vic to not call and talk to us.
What do you mean that's not like that?
He would call me every day and talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Tell me how his day is going, what's going on with the film, stuff like that. You know, I had talked to my son 3, 4 days. And I started to get worried because I'm like, my son not calling.
Okay, what did you do in response to that? What did you do in response to the worry?
I called Crime Stoppers, and then we started a search.
When you say we started a search, we were referring to?
Me and my family members, Crime Stoppers, people.
And did that search take you to 9651 Balfour?
Yes, it did.
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that house?
No.
And what did you do when you got to 9651 Balfour?
We just looked around the house, looked in the areas.
Do you remember the approximate day that was in relation to when you last spoke with Victor?
To my son?
Yeah.
I don't know, you say gotta do it before I spoke to my son?
No, I'm just asking approximately, when did you go to that house?
Oh, maybe like a week after my son was missing.
Okay, and just walk us through what happened.
You said what happened?
Yeah, what happened when you got?
We were just looking around, looking in the area.
Did you personally go inside the house?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
It was just like bleach bottles on the floor, no napkins, like they was eating something or whatever.
And Did something happen while you were there?
No. Well, we, see the found the body next door.
So you found a body. Did you personally find it or did somebody else?
No, someone else seen it for me.
Okay. And where was that in relation to the house that you went into?
Next door.
Just immediately next door? And did you personally ever speak with the defendant after that date?
Sherman?
Yeah, Sherman Pringle Jr.
Yes, I did.
What happened?
We asked him if he can come to the house. First, I asked him, did he know where Vic was at? He kept saying he dropped him off on 6 Mile in St. Mary's, I believe the street was. And then we asked him, you know, we went over there, we didn't see nothing. So we like, can you come to my house so we can try to try to understand what's going on? And he was saying somebody couldn't come because he's trying to get a tire fixed on his car. And I was like, okay, when you get that done, just meet us at the police station so you can tell your side of the story so we can try to find my son. He never came, never showed up.
Did you provide a statement to the police?
Yes, I did.
I have no further questions. Questions, Zach?
Good afternoon. You stated that Victor and Sherman Jr. were very close, right?
Correct.
As far as you know, they never had any issue.
As far as I know, right?
And you and Victor were pretty close, correct?
Correct.
If you're a fair statement, if him and Sherman had some issues, you probably would have known about it, correct?
Yeah.
How was Victor's demeanor normally as far as like, was he a happy person?
Victor, my son was always a happy person. You know, he did have his little ups and downs, but prior to that, he was a hardworking man, you know, an average man.
Did he take people's opinions of him to heart, or would he just let it, you know, roll off that for somebody says something?
Sometimes it all depends what it was, what it is, you know.
Okay. So to be fair, like sometimes it could be somebody he doesn't even know that well who could possibly say something that could really bother him, correct?
Yeah, and like I said, it all depends what it is.
Okay. Was he self-conscious about the way he looked?
At one point it was.
And it was your understanding that he called Ms. Hodges around this time crying, right?
Correct.
Judge.
And it's your understanding that it was around, maybe stemmed around his appearance?
Judge, I'm gonna object. We heard from that witness. I don't know why she'd be testifying to her understanding of the conversation between that witness. It's hearsay.
I'm not asking it for the truth of the matter, sir. I'm just asking whether or not she heard the conversation.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the conversation. And to answer my question, no more questions as far as that. Have you ever personally experienced Victor getting upset about somebody making a comment on his appearance?
No.
And you've never heard of Sherman Pringle ever saying anything about his appearance, correct?
No.
You never heard of Sherman doing anything underhanded or shady towards your son, correct?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Correct. Just very briefly, Judge. Was it common for your son to cry?
Was it? Yes.
It was. Okay. What typically causes that?
Like when his feelings got hurt. Or yeah, when his feelings got hurt.
And what would typically cause his feelings?
Like if something was happening to one of his siblings or And his baby mom might get into about kids, stuff like that.
Anything they were strangers specifically?
I'm sorry, like someone else.
In your personal experience, did you ever know your son to cry over, say, a comment made by a student?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened?
I know a girl called him ugly. And said, no, don't nobody want you or something, so you call and be like, Mom, I'm not ugly, or, stuff like that.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Next up. People call Lakeisha Williams. And please step forward, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Voice up nice and loud, speak to that microphone. Please be alone. Maybe get you ready. Thank you. Good afternoon. Would you please take your name up for the record?
Lakeisha Williams.
And are you employed, Ms. Williams?
No.
And do you know Sherman Pringle Jr.?
Yes.
How do you know Sherman Pringle Jr.? And you see him in the courtroom today? What does he wear? And where is he seated? I'd ask that the record reflect the identification of the defendant. So, and did you also know someone by the name of Victor Williamson?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Williamson?
I was married to Victor's uncle for 25 years, but I've known him since he was born.
And how often would you see him?
I would say once or twice a month.
And did you know if there was any relationship between Mr. Williamson and your son? Yeah. What was your understanding of it?
They come out all the time.
Any issues between them that you knew about?
No.
On October 8th of 2022, do you remember seeing your son on that day?
I can't recall what day it was that I saw it. Just remember the call started coming on.
So prior to the calls coming in, was there a night that he slept over at your house?
Yeah.
And do you remember what time he got to your house that night?
No.
And was he living with you at the time?
No.
Do you know where he was living?
Yeah.
Was that on Balfour Street? And that's in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Do you know who was living there at the time?
Young dad and roommate.
And what's his dad?
Say that one more time.
Who's his dad? Sorry.
Sean Brenner's senior.
And the other individual, that you don't know that person's name?
I heard of that roommate, that's all.
Was there any other nickname that you've referred to him in the past by?
I don't know if they're the same.
Have you heard other people refer to him as something?
Yes.
What was that?
Creepy dude,
Who specifically referred to him as creepy?
actually was, my mistake was, Deja man, referred to me as creepy dude.
Did your son ever refer to him as a creepy dude?
No.
What about Sherman Senior?
All I knew from Sean Senior roommate.
Did you provide a statement to the Detroit Police Department in this case?
Yes, I did.
In fact, you provided several statements to the Detroit Police Department in this case. And during that statement, you told them that Sherman Senior referred to him as creepy.
No, I did not.
Sherman referred to him as women. The young ladies that were there referred to him as creepy. No, that's not what I said.
Judge, I'm gonna ask for permission to share my screen.
Okay.
And we'll mark this as People's Exhibit 9 for identification. Okay, I put People's Exhibit 9 up on the screen at the 5-minute 46-second mark. Now, there's someone that's visible in that shot, and I apologize that it's tilted the wrong way. Do you recognize that individual? Okay, I'm going to play just a brief snippet of it, just to see if you recognize it.
He is.
Right. So.
And that again. His faith or whatever was this bro code or whatever it is that these men are locked into that makes you keep your mouth closed.
Yeah, stop at the 5-minute 58-second mark. Did you recognize the voice that was just speaking? Sound like myself. Sound like yourself. Okay. And I'm going to continue playing from that same.
If you just do the time, I don't know what goes through their mind that will make them do that. I ain't going down for nobody. He can do something right now, and I'll tell you right now, but I'm not going down for nobody. But he has. The gun case he just caught, they railroaded him with that. He was on his way to going to get his passport pictures because they was on their way out of the country with his job. He got pulled over in the midst of it in his baby mother's car with the gun. Ruined that?
I would agree, Judge. This isn't the part that I intend to play. I just don't have a more exact timestamp. I know it takes place sometime after this that I'm trying to get to. I don't have an issue with being stricken from the record or anything along those lines. If further I play this to myself outside the courtroom, I can do that so I can find the exact timestamp.
I just want to get it over.
Okay, and I'm going to play it from that mark. It stopped at 6-minute 30-second.
So, I know people do a lot of weird things. And I know a lot of people do a lot of things. But my son know that I'm all he got. And when I came to him with that, and I told him, I don't give a fuck what you've done and who you've done it to. Let me know what's up so I can know what to do. My son say he didn't hurt nobody. And that's what we roll with.
That's the last thing he told you.
That's the last thing he told me. I didn't hurt nobody. Just like when he said with that case, I'm not, because they grabbed my brother for it. My son said, I'm not letting my uncle go down for nothing that he didn't do. Take me to the police station. Let me tell you what I know. They arrested my brother for it. They had to let my brother go because my son let him know.
So what do you say about Victor? What do you say about what you call the other guy in the house?
The creepy dude. That's what I know him as, the creepy dude.
Why you call him creepy?
That's what other people call him. I've never seen this man before. Everybody that has been over there and things, they refer to him as the creepy dude.
Mm-hmm.
Why he creepy? I don't know. I've never seen him.
You ever asked Sherman why they call him creepy?
That Sherman Jr. or the daddy?
You see either one of them?
No. Well, I asked Sherman the other day, like, what's the creepy part about it? He said he's pretty much a guy that sits in his phone. That's how he described me. He said he just sits in his phone and occasionally look up and go back to his phone. That's what I'm
talking about Sherman Senior or Junior?
The creepy dude.
No, who just told you that?
Sherman Senior.
Senior, okay.
He said that maybe that's why they call.
Okay, so I stopped at the 8-minute, 2-second mark. You'd agree with me that at least you told the Detroit Police Department that Sherman Senior referred to him as.
That's what I said. Also, when I said.
And you're saying that wasn't accurate?
That was actually exactly to the word. I said, I asked him, why do they call him creepy dude? And he gave me the reason in which they would possibly call him creepy dude. He didn't call him creepy dude. He just gave me how he acts, and that's probably why they call him creepy dude.
Okay, and and you would agree with me that you never mentioned Jasmine or Deja in that response at any point, isn't that fair to say?
I didn't refer to either one of those.
And back at that time, I'm gonna take this off the screen, give me 1 second. What kind of car did your son drive at that time?
It was in Holland. We've been in about.
Could you describe that vehicle?
It was champagne color. Champagne. Impala truck. Impala. I'm thinking about.
And when he showed up to your house, was he driving that vehicle?
Yeah. So I guess I was not up. Car bill, I got up.
So that, when he came over to your house, did he say anything about what had happened in the hours prior to him coming over to your house?
No, he didn't.
And at some point, did you specifically ask him about a body being discovered?
That was on the day I took him to the police station.
And what did he say about that?
My question to him is, do you know anything about that? He said, no, I left it.
And did he ever say anything about hurting anybody around that time in October?
No.
Did you specifically ask him about that?
No, I didn't.
In that portion of the statement I just played, you recall telling the Detroit Police Department that you confronted him and asked them, what the fuck did you do? And he said, I didn't hurt anybody.
That was the day of him leaving. When I talked to his officers, this was after we had already been to the police station. So I was telling him what I had talked to him that day, because that was the last day I had talked to him when I took him to the police station.
Okay, but he did say that at some point.
I asked him, did he hurt? My question to him was, did you hurt little bit? He said no. That's the only question.
So now you're saying that he specifically said little Victor, he didn't say anybody, just in general?
I knew nothing about the.
Right, but what did defendant say, your son say you specifically? Did he say little Victor, or did he say any? To the best of your record.
He said I did not hurt little bit. Because my question to him, did he hurt, it wasn't, did he hurt anybody? I said, did he hurt little bit? And he said, no, I did.
Would you agree with me that during at least the statement that I just played a minute ago with the Detroit Police Department, you said your son told you that he didn't hurt anybody? Not
I mean, anybody a little bit, I didn't know nothing about bullying at this time, so I don't know how I didn't know anything particular about it. Just that one time.
And you eventually reported your son missing?
Yes, I did. That's the day I talked to him. That's the day this was before.
How long did you go without your son?
I would say from the day we went to that, day I took him to that police station until I got a call when he was incarcerated.
And do you remember approximately when that was?
May. I was out of town at the time when I got the call. It was May.
May of what year?
2023.
23? I have no further questions.
Officer Brown? Good afternoon, ma'am. You stated you knew Victor pretty well, correct?
Very well.
Him and your son hung out a lot by the time.
Yeah.
And you were not aware of any problem between Victor and your son, correct?
No,
Now, you didn't know this roommate person, right? You never met the person,
never
correct?
met him, never saw him. I only heard his name when I got to the police station.
And you would agree that your son never referred to him as.
No, my son did not.
You said at some point in time you received some phone calls, correct?
Yes.
Then you tried to take yourself and your son to the police station, correct?
Yeah.
What happened at the police station?
When I went to the police station, the family was requesting for, me to go to the police station. I took them to the police station on Plymouth, off the south end. I went in there and I explained to them what the family had said to me, that they wanted to talk to my son and, they needed to talk to him. So I took him to the police station to talk to him.
And what did the police tell you?
They told me that that's not how they handle things. They said, if someone wants to talk to him, the detective will be in contact.
So they basically turned you guys away.
Yes.
And do you know approximately when this was, when that happened?
I guess it was I think the day would have been like the 12th or the 13th. Between those days, 12th or the 13th.
And your son went inside the police station, correct?
Yes, he did.
And it'd be a fair statement that when you spoke to the police at the time that was just shown to you on video, you didn't know anything about Blue Man or anybody else dying, correct?
When I went into the police station, well, by the time they.
No, I'm talking about when, on this video that was shown to you.
At this time, yes, because I had, talked to the father, Sherman Pringle, senior.
Okay.
That's how I was,
Okay. When you spoke to your son about whether or not he hurt anybody, you specifically asked if he hurt Little Big, correct?
Because at that time, like I said, that's what the family was saying to me, that's what they kept, and threats and things was coming saying, we had harm with it.
Okay.
And that's what I answered.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Do you redirect? No, Judge. Thank you, ma'am. You may step back.
People call Deja and Nisa to the stand.
How many more witnesses do you have?
3, Judge.
Please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat. Please spot next to me. What's up, nice and loud? Speak to when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Deja.
And are you employed, Ms. Nisa?
Yeah.
How are you employed?
I work at home too.
And do you know Sherman Pringle Jr.?
Yeah.
How long have you known that?
I've been on for a couple of years.
How did you know him?
I met him through Jerry.
Through who? I'm sorry.
I met him through Jazz.
And is that Jasmine Jeffries?
Yes.
And you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Who?
Mr. Pringle Jr.
Yes.
And where is he seated?
And, I don't know what's called a seat.
Okay.
So it's a courtroom.
I would ask for the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
So no.
And did you also know someone by the name of Victor Williamson?
Yeah.
How did you know that?
I met him through Sherman.
And Sherman's the defendant?
Yeah.
And how long did you know Victor?
Not that long.
What's not that long? Did you meet him once, multiple
Only met
times?
him once,
How long have you known, Miss Jeffries?
a couple years.
And that one time that you interacted with Victor, was that back on October 7th of 2022?
Yeah.
And how did you first meet Victor?
I first met him, Jazz had called me and asked me to want to join with Sherman and his cousin. I said, yeah. That's how I met him.
Where did you first meet?
At Sherman House.
Did you meet either the defendant or Victor earlier that day?
I think so, at my house when I was getting ready.
Okay. About what time was that?
I want to say probably around 6, 7, 8, one of them numbers, I don't know.
And what happened exactly?
Well, I was getting ready, so I told Jasmine to tell them like they gotta wait till I get ready, so they left.
So they left, it was you and Jasmine then?
Yeah, at my house.
And what happened after you got ready?
We went to Sherman House, and we was drinking. And then after that, everybody was turning up.
Let me just stop you right there. Before we move on, did you see what kind of car Victor and the defendant were in?
I think it was the Impala, I'm not sure.
What did it look like? What color was it?
Gray.
And where did you ultimately meet?
At Sherman House.
Is that on Delaware Street in Detroit?
I know it's on the east side, I don't know the name of the street.
But it's in Detroit on the east side?
Yeah.
And how did you and Miss Jeffries get?
Jasmine drove her truck.
And what kind of vehicle was that?
It was an envoy.
All right. Did you eventually make it there to the house?
Yes.
And who was there when you got there?
It was me, Jazz, Sherman, and his cousin.
Who's his cousin?
Victor.
Was there anyone else in the house that you knew of?
I think his roommate was there, but he wasn't really coming out of home for me.
All right, what happened when you got there?
Everybody was at the table talking and drinking.
You know around what time this was now?
It was getting later, so it was probably a good 10, 11.
Now, you said you were drinking?
Yes.
What were you drinking?
Lunazol.
Is that a tequila?
Yes.
And how much did you personally have?
A lot.
Did you black out?
No.
But you were intoxicated?
Yes.
How much did everyone else have?
Everybody had the same amount.
What about the roommate? Did you observe him at all throughout the course of the night?
Not for real.
And what part of the house were you all in?
In the front room.
Did
the
y'all,
living room area.
did you all stay in the front room primarily?
Yes.
And do you remember how much liquor the group consumed collectively, just how much y'all drank total?
It was 2/5 of what we were getting with a liter. So
Did you start off with the leader or did you go?
we started with the 5th first.
Okay, and then what happened with respect to?
Could you repeat that?
Did you ever leave the house?
Yes, to go to the store to get the liter of liquor.
Okay. And who's we? Who left the house?
Me, Jazz, Sherman, and Victor.
Who drove?
I think it was Sherman.
And you remember where everyone else was seated in the car?
I was sitting in the back. I think Jazz was sitting in the back of me too. Victor might be sitting in the passenger seat.
Right. What happened when you got back?
We continued drinking and talking.
Were you all together the whole night or did some of you leave us?
Some of us didn't leave. Me and Victor, we went upstairs and Jazz and Sherman was downstairs.
Approximately how long were you two upstairs?
I would say probably like 15 minutes.
And did you eventually go back downstairs?
Yes.
What did you observe when you came downstairs?
Everybody was sitting there chilling. Jazz and Sherman was talking.
They were just talking?
Yeah, talking.
So it seemed like everything was perfectly fine between the two of them?
Yeah, they might argue here and there, but then that's what they want to do. It was nothing new.
So they were arguing occasionally throughout the night?
Here and there, but it wasn't that serious, but they ended up talking it out.
How heated did these arguments seem?
They wasn't that heated.
Were there any other arguments that you witnessed aside from the arguments between Miss Jeffries and?
I want to say when we were leaving, everybody was arguing about where they wanted to go.
Okay, well, why don't we move ahead to when you were leaving? What happened when you were leaving?
When we were leaving, everybody was outside arguing about who car we're gonna take to go to the casino. Nobody wanted to get in Jazz's car, so me and Jazz got in her car. Jazz and Sherman was going back and forth. Then Jazz finally got in her car. Then after that, Sherman got in his car, and then he had hit Jazz's car on the passenger side. Then he pulled off. Then we pulled off.
Sorry, let me just break it down a little bit. So, what time is this approximately?
It's probably going on 1 in the morning.
And you're all discussing whether or not whose car you're gonna get in to go to the casino, is that?
Yes.
And who didn't want to get into?
Jazz's car didn't have a headlight, so nobody wanted to get in her car because she didn't have a headlight, and we didn't want to get pulled over by the police.
When you say nobody, that includes you?
Yes.
And is this argument primarily between Sherman and Jasmine, or are other people getting involved?
It was everybody beginning with Sherman and Jasmine, because obviously got in the car.
And you said Sherman hit Jasmine's car. Could you describe that?
Yeah, he just hit her car with his car on the passenger side where I was sitting.
What do you mean by that? What did he do with that?
Like he drove his car into Jazz's car.
So he T-boned Jasmine's car?
Yeah, he hit her car.
How hard did he hit?
It wasn't that hard, but it was hard enough to where the car could move.
And where were you at that time?
In the passenger seat.
And you said he hit the passenger side?
Yeah, the door.
Where was Victor?
I think he was outside the car in crime. I don't know because I really not paying attention about that.
All right. How did you and Jasmine react?
In a state of shock, like dang.
Okay, what happened next?
We left. When he pulled off, we pulled off, and then we went towards the freeway, down the freeway.
Okay. Now, the defendant's state at this point, when he's ramming Jasmine's car, that doesn't sound like just an argument anymore.
I think that's a mischaracterization. I don't think she was ramming the car. She said hit the car, not ramming. Okay, that.
What, was this still the same type of argument that was going on before, or was it more?
It was saying like the same because everybody wanted to go to the casino. So he went his way, we went our way.
And did you run into him again?
On our way toward, on the freeway, but he was going straight when we were going on the freeway.
Okay, do you remember approximately what time that was that you last saw him?
It probably was close to 2 at the time, or I think, because I got back home around 3, so.
Okay, so you said you were leaving we're talking about leaving at around 1 a.m. You said this last time was around 2. So is this argument about whether you're in Jasmine's car, is that going on for an hour?
No, I was going for, I was about other stuff, but I wasn't really on their mouth. I didn't know they were bigger.
How long were they outside?
I mean, we was outside for approximately, I could say, a good 10, 15 minutes until we eventually got in our car and he got in his, and that incident happened.
then immediately after that incident, that's when you separated?
Yes,
And have you spoken with the defendant at all since that night?
no,
Have you spoken with Victor at all since that night?
no,
Communicated with either of them in any way whatsoever?
no,
And have you seen either of them since you parted ways then?
no,
During the entire time you were there at that house on the east side of Detroit, did you observe any issues between the defendant and the roommate?
no,
Did you hear the defendant talk about the roommate at all?
no,
You previously gave a statement to the Detroit Police Department, isn't that correct?
yes,
And you told the Detroit Police Department that you got the sense that the defendant didn't like the roommate?
I think so.
Why was that?
I think it's causing speculation. Since this being very through tonight, we wanted to speculate why possibly he doesn't like the room, if that even is so.
Rephrase. Well, did the defendant do anything that gave you the impression he did not like the roommate?
We wasn't so much talking back and forth, so you can feel the energy I'm going. People can think it and stay where they need to stay.
Okay. Did you observe any other issues between defendant and Victor?
No,
Did you observe any issues between Victor and anybody else?
no,
Did you see the roommate with a firearm at any point?
no,
Did you see the roommate with any other type of weapon?
no,
Did you see Victor with one?
I think so, yes.
What did you see?
She says she thinks so, even if she saw it.
What's your objection?
Objection, I think she's, I mean.
It's a legal objection.
Speculation. She's speculating, if she doesn't see it, she's thinking that he might have had it.
My next question was gonna be, what did you see? So, what did you see?
Firearm.
Well, don't speculate. What did you actually see? What did you see that made you believe it?
I guess how he was hungry, and how you could see it was.
So it looked like firearms you've seen in the past?
Yes.
Could you describe it?
Just like the way that he was playing.
So it's smaller, it wasn't like a long
I think
rifle?
it was small.
And did you see the defendant with the fire?
Yes.
Could you describe that one?
He's a red range,
What color was it?
I think it was black, I'm not sure.
And what did it look like in relation to the one that you saw Victor with?
Two different, they wasn't the same.
They were the same. What about size? What was the size?
One was bigger than the other.
Which one was bigger?
Victor goes,
And when exactly did you see them with weapons?
I'm not for sure at the time, because by that time I probably already here.
Well, I'm not asking, was this at your house earlier?
It was in my house.
Okay, then where did you see it?
It was at his house on the east side.
And during the time you were there, did you witness any physical fights between anyone?
No.
I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Neeson.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived at Pringle's house, it was you, Jasmine, Pringle, and Victor, correct?
Yes.
And the roommate was there also, right?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
And the roommate, occasionally he would come out of the room, correct?
Yes.
And he would get something to drink or smoke and also too, right?
Yes, maybe so.
Did you get a particular feeling about this roommate? Did you feel a particular way about it?
No.
So he seemed normal to you?
Yes.
Did you have any impression that he wanted to talk to you?
No.
You were there to talk to Victor, right?
Yes.
Did you ever call Victor ugly?
I think so. Yes.
You did? That night?
Yes.
What did he do after you called him ugly?
I mean, I didn't tell him to him. I was talking to my friend. I didn't tell him to his face.
You told Jacqueline?
Yeah.
When did you tell her that?
When I think when we first arrived.
Did you hear anybody else call Victor?
No.
Did you see the roommate interact with Victor at any time?
I think so. I think he probably seen I looked up a little high five. I'm not sure though.
Not sure. Now, you stated that you thought you saw a gun. You said you were pretty drunk. You thought you saw the gun, correct?
Yes.
So you're not 100% sure you actually saw a firearm,
It's
right?
like a 50-50.
50-50? When you told the police, did you feel pressure to give them that answer?
No.
How much you had to drink when you possibly saw a gun that you said?
By that time, we probably gonna think about it, so.
Take about it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a tequila?
Yeah.
You were smoking also, correct?
Yeah.
So it'd be fair to say you were pretty intoxicated at that time, right?
Yes.
Where was Victor at in the house when you
Sitting at the table.
sitting at the table? Was this before or after you went upstairs with him?
Before we went upstairs.
When you went upstairs with him, did you see a gun on him?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see him place it?
No.
So you said 50-50, it's possible that he had a cell phone or something, you weren't really paying attention, right?
Yes.
So it's possible he had a cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And would you say that goes the same for Mr. Pringle also, that so it's 50-50 as far as you thinking he had a gun?
Yes.
I guess the same question, it's possible that he could have had a cell phone?
Yes.
You were also intoxicated when you thought you saw whatever object this was, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see any type of argument between Pringle, Sherman, and Victor, right?
Yes, I didn't see no argument.
Now, from your observation, Sherman seemed drunk a little bit?
We always read intoxicated, so.
Okay. So when you guys were talking about going to the casino, you all were kind of intoxicated?
Conversation.
Okay. From your observation, everybody appeared to be drunk?
Yes.
Now, when Sherman's car made contact with Jasmine's car, it didn't break the window or anything like that, right?
No.
And you don't know whether or not it was an accident, he was drunk or what, did you?
I don't know, maybe because he's intoxicated.
You didn't hear him make any statement saying, hey, I'm about to hit your car or anything like that, right?
No.
No further questions.
Briefly, Judge. When the defendant hit Miss Jeffrey's car, That happened after an argument.
I think so, yes.
Did you say they were arguing about whether to get in the car, go to the casino, that?
Yeah, we just went our separate ways.
Did it seem like an accident at the time?
It seemed like an accident, but we just went our ways and paid no mind on it.
Did the defendant get out of the car and say, I apologize, I'm so sorry?
We went our ways.
Well, did that happen? Did you see that happen?
No.
And there's questions about interactions between the roommate and Victor. Did there seem to be any issues between the two of them?
No.
And you said it was 50-50 on if you saw a firearm. Is it common for you to see firearms when you're drinking partying?
No.
Is that something that would stick out in your mind?
No.
So if it's not common, why wouldn't it stick out?
Because I got a lot going on myself to be thinking about it.
But you believe you might have gotten a firearm confused for a cell phone?
Yeah, when you're intoxicated, you really don't know, so I'm going on what I remember.
But you remember seeing it.
50-50.
Is that 50-50 for both?
Yeah.
No further questions, Judge. Next up. The people are gonna call Jasmine Jeffries to the stand.
Give me an offer with Jasmine Jeffries is going to testify.
Judge, she was one of two people that were the last people to see these three men alive, so I think
What's her anticipated testimony?
I think her anticipated testimony is gonna be largely similar to Deja's, but I think it could be some slight. I anticipate her testimony to be more favorable for the defense, to be honest. The one piece that I do anticipate being more favorable.
The only difference is I believe that she's going to say she did not see it. Other than that,
She's gonna corroborate that aspect.
and they weren't hard. She's going to say they ate her.
Judge, I don't view it as cumulative because she is such an important witness in this case, but I'll draw the.
That's what I'm asking. What's the importance of the testimony?
I know we've had this discussion before, Judge. And I know it's been a lengthy exam, so I'll withdraw.
I'm just asking, I'm not trying to deter you.
She's someone that I'm gonna have to call at trial, so I'd like to see what she has to say after the very exam before. My purpose for asking that.
You could get her statement and say that, you know, you don't have to get on and stand.
It's not the same thing as testifying, but like I said, I'll withdraw the request given at this time.
Any other witnesses?
Yes, we're gonna call the officer in charge. The defendant's statement and some other aspects of this. Swear from to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. When you're ready. Thank you. Would you please state your name again for the record?
Reginald Beasley.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant, Transit Police Department.
And how long have you served with the Detroit Police Department?
19.5 years.
Have you worked for any other agencies, any other law enforcement agencies previously?
Detroit Public Schools, briefly.
And how long total have you served in law enforcement?
19.5 years.
What are your job duties with the Detroit Police Department?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide section.
And you ever serve as the officer in charge of an investigation?
Yes.
And what does that entail?
Well, oversee your other case, making sure all the evidence is submitted, make sure all the witnesses are interviewed.
And are you assigned as in that capacity here, this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And on August 5th of 2023, did you conduct an interview with someone down in Knox County, Tennessee?
I did.
Who was that?
Sherman Pringle Jr.
Do you see that individual even in court?
Yes, to my right, wearing green, white jumpsuit.
And that's the right reflect the identification of the defendant, so. And prior to that interview, were you trying to get in touch with the defendant?
Yes,
How so?
we may, try to contact them, in our surveillance team with form to arrest them on probable cause.
And did you personally reach out to the defendant in any way prior to
I don't believe so.
that? And that interview down in Knox County, was that recorded?
It was
How long were you speaking?
probably around an hour or so.
Could it have been longer than that?
It's possible, yes.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any intoxicating substances?
No,
And to your knowledge, prior to his statement, was he deprived of any food?
I'm not sure.
Just to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, was he deprived of water?
No,
Was he deprived of bathroom breaks?
no,
Was he handcuffed during the interview?
no, he was not.
And did you observe anyone making any promises to the defendant at any point?
No,
And did you observe the defendant being threatened by anyone?
no,
And were there any weapons pointed at the defendant during your interaction with him?
no, sir.
Did he indicate his education level?
He did.
You remember what that was?
I don't recall, he said he changed the GED or diploma.
And did you read him his rights?
Yes,
Did you use anything that assisted you in doing that?
the rights and rights form.
And did he ultimately agree to waive those rights?
He did.
And did you speak with him again here in Wayne County at jail on December 8th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Was that interview also recorded?
Yes,
And do you remember approximately how long that interview was?
that was brief, probably 45 minutes or less.
And during that interview, did you appear to be under the influence of any intoxicating substances?
No,
And to your knowledge, prior to his statement, was he deprived of food?
no,
Was he deprived of water?
no,
Was he deprived of bathroom rights?
no,
Was he handcuffed during that second interview?
no,
And did you observe anyone make any promises to him?
no,
Did you observe anyone threaten the defendant either prior or during?
no, sir.
And were any weapons pointed at the defendant during the course of that interview?
No, sir.
And did you read him his rights again?
Yes,
And did you use anything in particular to do that?
the same form, vice rights form.
And did he again agree to waive his rights?
Yes, sir.
Permission to approach, Judge.
Yes.
Okay, I just showed you something that I'll mark as people's proposed exhibit 10, a file on my computer. What was that file?
That's the picture, was a video of me interrogating, Mr. Pringle in Wayne County Jail.
And is that video a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Mr. Pringle on the Wayne County Jail?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I move for the admission of people's exhibit 10, and I will yield to Mr. Brown and once more here.
No objection, no question.
Purpose of this hearing, the court makes a finding that the statement was normally voluntarily made.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I'd ask for permission to publish people's exhibit 10. and a public hearing from the 24-minute, 34-second mark.
No, I have, but no.
What about the warrant from here?
It's January 2nd.
That's your court date?
Yeah.
Alright. They gonna let you go or they gonna keep you for a couple of days?
I'm not for sure.
Alright. So I wanted to, I talked to a few more people about the incident with Boo Man and your cousin, Victor. Alright. So just one more time, tell me that story of what took place that day.
They got into a little altercation and he shot my cousin.
Okay. And what else happened?
And I retaliated and shot him.
Okay. So where was Jackson and Diego?
At this time it was gone.
It was gone?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was shooting at your house when they were here?
Nobody.
Was nobody out there shooting?
No.
Did you know we got that shot? You heard a shot spotter? I know you've been gone for a minute. But there's a thing called shot spotter where it's sensors around the city.
Right.
So you fire a shot, it detects the gunfire.
Right.
So it detected gunfire at your house before you said they left.
At my house?
Right by your house.
I'm not for sure.
You're not for sure?
Yeah, I don't remember no shots being fired.
Were you and Vic out there fucking around shooting the gun off?
No.
So the pistols that you and Vic had, whose pistol was that? You know, the girls told me that y'all had a gun.
Said they told you I had a gun?
Yeah.
Couldn't have, no.
So you didn't have a black handgun?
No.
So they make that up?
Who told you that?
Jasmine.
No.
Okay. So remember y'all went to the store?
Yeah.
Y'all went back to the store to get some liquor? And y'all went back with the girls?
Right.
Let's start from there at that point. When y'all came back from the store, y'all bought was it Lunazol?
Something like that.
Tequila? When y'all went back to the house, what happened when y'all got back to the house?
Nothing was drinking and partying. And then they had ended up leaving.
And what happened? What made them leave?
The night was getting over with.
Okay. And where was Boo Man at?
I think he was in the room at the time. Yeah, he was.
Did he ever come out?
Like before the females got there, he was. He did.
And what happened when the females got there? So you said before they got there, he came out?
Yeah.
So who all was there when he came out?
What you mean?
Who was at the house?
It was me, my cousin, and Boo Man.
And where's your dad? Is it Flavon? Where they at?
I'm not for sure.
Okay. So it was you, Vic, and Boo Man at the house before the girls got there?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was going on then?
Nothing, like we were discussing who was gonna mess with the girls, and I guess that's when they really had the little altercation.
So they got into it before the girls got there?
Yeah, it was like just a little verbal at the time.
And what was being said?
Basically, I was just trying to let them know, you feel me, some females on the way, you feel me, and there was only 2 of them. And I was like, so who about to mess with them though, you feel me? And it was like, that's when they had the little disagreement, you feel me?
And who said, what were they saying to each other?
Basically just nothing, like, they got into a little argument, you feel me? And then he was like, you ugly anyway, you feel me? Type shit like that.
Who said that?
Boo Man.
Called Big Ugly?
Yeah.
Then he went in his room or he stayed out there with y'all?
He stayed out there for a while until they pulled up.
And the girls pulled up? Then what happened?
Then he went in the room.
And so when the girls got there, did he ever come out? Or he stayed in the room all day?
I think he stayed out he came out one time to go to the bathroom or something like that.
Okay. So when he came out, went to the bathroom, did him and Vic exchange words again, or?
No.
He just went about his own business?
Yeah.
So when y'all went to the store and then y'all came back, what happened?
What you mean?
When y'all got back, just explain that process.
We got back from the store?
Yeah.
We got the drinking, you feel me, chilled. My cousin cousin and Davis, they went upstairs, you feel me, did their little thing, you feel me. Me and Jasmine was still sitting at the table, and then they ended up leaving.
And when they left, did y'all leave with them or they left on their own?
We left, but we kind of came back.
Okay, so when they walked the house, did you walk out? Did you walk them out to their car, or they just leave out?
Yeah.
What happened when that took place?
Nothing for real. Like, we just got to leave and going our separate ways.
Okay. And where was Vic at? Where's Vic at?
In the colony.
With you? And where's Boo Man?
He was still in the house.
Okay. So when the girls left, did y'all leave too?
Yeah.
Where did y'all go?
We went to the store, the gas station, and then we ended up coming back to the house.
So what happened when you met with the girls in the middle of the intersection? You left at the gas station and they pulled back up on you.
In the middle of the intersection?
Yeah, right there at Harper Outer Drive.
In the middle of the intersection? I don't remember that.
Remember you came at the gas station and then they came down the street and they stopped in the middle of the street and y'all went the same way?
I'm not for sure about that.
Not for sure, okay. So you don't remember that?
No, I don't remember that part.
So after you left the gas station, what happened?
We ended up going back home.
And who was it? You and Vic?
Yeah.
And the girls were there?
They was gone. They had put up.
So what happened when you got back home?
Okay, we got back home and then, you feel me, that's when Ruman had came out. They got to talking and stuff, you feel me? Then he was acting like he had a problem or something though, you feel me? Like,
who was he? Boo Man?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, he thought he acted like he was mad or something. Then my cousin confronted him like, what's going on? You alright? You feel me? Then they got to swinging at each other. They got into a little scuffle. And then Boo Man upped the gun on him and shot him.
Okay. And where did you shoot him at?
In his stomach, I think.
So what part of the house were they at when it happened?
Like towards the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he turned the gun on me, tried to shoot me, but I ran, you feel me, and I shot him.
Okay. So he tried to shoot you when you just ran?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened when you came, you said where did you run to?
Upstairs in my room.
And what you get from upstairs?
My gun.
And what gun is that?
It was a 2-2.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then that's it.
Describe to me what happened when you came back downstairs.
When I came back downstairs, you feel me, I saw him like getting dressed and stuff, you feel me, and I just shot him.
Okay. And then what happened?
And that was over with at that.
Okay. So both of them, they're dead in the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Explain to me, and last time you said you left, you ended up going to your mom's house on Grandma.
Right.
And then you called April, and April took you back home the next day. So explain to me what happened with the bodies again.
I tried to clean it up, make it look like nothing happened.
Okay. So how did Boo Man get out the house?
I carried them out.
And where'd you put them at?
In the backyard.
The house next door?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you do anything else with Boo Man's body?
No.
Okay. And how did Vic get out the house?
The same way. I carried them out.
You carried him out?
Mm-hmm.
And did what with him?
I took him to like this, like where some houses used to be at on the west side.
Okay.
Yeah, stop people's exhibit 10 at the 33-minute, 32-second mark. Now, that statement that we just heard the defendant make, is that consistent with the statement that he made in Knoxville?
Yes.
So he's always been consistent in that story? There's been many changes?
Just slight changes, yes.
What about when you first started talking with him about Knox County?
When I first started talking to him, he gave a different story of what took place. He said he didn't know what happened. Then he turned around and said that the story about the self-defense and that Boo Man shot his cousin, tried to shoot him. He claimed that he got a grazed wound to the chest. He ran upstairs, previous firearm came back downstairs and shot Bootman.
What do you mean when you say claimed a raise?
He said he got shot in the chest, he was grazed in the chest. I asked him to show me the wound. He showed me the wound. I had a photograph, not COP, not COP, I'm sorry.
And what about the incident that occurred? What happened after the shooting? Has he been consistent on what happened after the shooting?
Originally, he said that he called a guy named Day to help him take the bodies out of the house. Then he eventually changed the story and said that his father and April Webb assisted him.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You're the OSC on this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you authored the investigative report, correct?
Yes.
And in that investigative report, you indicated that Devon Cooper is being consistent with being shot from a .22 caliber bullet, correct?
Correct.
And Victor Williamson was being consistent from being shot from either a .38 or a 9mm, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those are two separate weapons, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to be clear, Mr. Pringle indicated that Bootman or Devon Cooper shot Victor Williamson with a handgun, correct?
Excuse me?
Mr. Pringle indicated to you that Devon Cooper, AKA Bootman, shot his cousin Victor Williamson with a handgun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he also indicated that he went upstairs and retrieved a .22 rifle, correct?
Correct.
Shot. Okay. Thank you.
Who went and got a 22 rifle?
Oh, Sherman Pringle, I'm sorry. Sherman Pringle went upstairs and got a rifle to defend himself against Devon Cooper, correct?
I would object to the characterization.
That's what he said, correct?
That would be clear, say, not occupied party.
Okay. You stated that as far as what he said, he's been pretty consistent, correct?
There were some variations of the statement.
But for the most part, it was consistent with what he said as far as to what happened, correct?
For the most part.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you, sir.
You be correct? No, Judge. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Yeah, the witness,
No, Judge.
the witness is one of the things.
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge, at this time, I'm going to move for a bind over on amended charges. And or could bear with me while I work my way through some of this paper that was made on the first day of the exam that we have not previously discussed to publish some portions of this. So we did discuss on the first day the number of gunshot wounds observed on Mr. Cooper and Mr. Williamson. But before I get into that, I think it's easy to start here with what the defendant's own statement says. The defendant's own statement, he admits to what I would characterize as first-degree premeditated murder of Mr. Cooper. He admits to being in possession of a .22 caliber rifle, which is something that he wasn't allowed to do for People's Exhibit 3 because he was a felon. And he admits to moving these two bodies after the incident. So with respect to count 1, first-degree premeditated murder, the associated felony firearm count, with respect to felony possession count for the rifle, the associated felony firearm count, and then with respect to the 2 counts of tampering with evidence, I don't think there can be any reasonable dispute that people have met their burden of probable cause. Where I am sure there's going to be a lot of discussion here today, and where this case becomes, and I'm sorry, I just realized this, Judge. I did promise the mother that testified here today, Ms. Victoria Williamson, that I would ask for her to be released for sequestration to listen to the argument, so she could hear both the argument and the court's ruling. I would have no objection to the defendant's mother as well, if she's still here, if she wants to come to the court for this portion of it. But I would ask for that leeway, and I think that is consistent with the Crime Victims' Rights Act. I think they do allow a direct relative victim to be present.
And I would object because, I mean, we're going to rehash certain testimony, and she may be called, probably will be called, at a further proceedings, you may overhear what somebody said, which could change some of her testimony.
I don't disagree that she will be called further proceedings. She absolutely will. This case goes to trial, but let's just proceed. Okay, thank you, George. So that's what we can get to just from the defendant's statement. Just taking what defendant says, I think this case easily clears the question of fact, burden, probable cause standard, and I have met my burden with respect to this. Where this case becomes more complicated and significantly more circumstantial is when we get into the question of who killed Victor Williams. And the first thing that I would like to direct the court's attention to, and maybe the strongest piece of circumstantial evidence of guilt I've ever seen in one of these cases in the now over 2 years that I've been doing exclusively homicide cases, is the fact that you heard witnesses testify here that the defendant went on a search party, someone that his mother described as his best cousin, with family members of Victor Williams, with the mother of Victor Williamson's children, and led them on a wild goose chase, essentially, when he, according to his own statement, is this hero that is avenging Victor Williamson, that is killing the man that killed the cousin that he was supposedly such good friends with, that he supposedly had no disputes with, that he is the one that is doing this great deed that his family should pop up on a pedestal and celebrate, rather than spend a month looking for their lost love. That, in my mind, alone is such a strong piece of circumstantial evidence that I'm not sure I needed additional evidence beyond that. I'd also like to point the court to the fact that there have been several witnesses that have testified they didn't see the roommate, Mr. Cooper, with a gun at any point during the relevant evening. That was both the witness that you heard from on the first day, Mr. Sorry, I'm blanking on his name all of a sudden. Clayvon Hamilton. I'm sorry, Judge. A brief mental lapse there on my part. So Clayvon Hamilton testified that he never saw his good friend, Mr. Cooper, with a gun at any point. He had seen the defendant with a Glock-style pistol previously, specifically testified to a Glock pistol. You heard Ms. Deja Neeson testify that she saw both Victor and the defendant with guns, although she did say that she was 50-50 on whether or not she actually saw both of them with firearms. As an initial fact, it's pretty difficult to believe that neither of them were able to use those pistols to supposedly defend themselves against this aggressive act that the defendant basically relays to the police happened with respect to Cooper and Victor. It doesn't make any sense. Further, you heard about the whole, did he get called ugly? Is this like a basis of the argument? And I would submit to the court that the defendant is taking elements of truth in his statement, but it was really, as you heard from her own lips, Ms. Neeson that called the defendant, or I'm sorry, Victor Williamson ugly. You overheard that comment at some point during the evening that caused him to break down crying, to call Ms. Harges, who we heard testify about the ugly. You further heard that he was telling Ms. Harges at the time of their conversation that he just wanted his cousin to take him home. He just wanted to go home at that time. He was done with all this stuff that was going on. We further heard from Ms. Neeson about this extensive argument between her and Ms. Jeffries that ultimately resulted in him ramming their car, although she seemed to concede that maybe it was accidental. That's pretty difficult for me to believe given the rest of her testimony, but that's what she testified. And then I'm sure Mr. Brown's going to talk a little bit about these lab reports. So the lab reports indicate these are People's Exhibits 4, 5, 6. First People's Exhibit 4. This is an analysis of several fired bullets. It indicates, with respect to items 22 through 24, are inconclusive as having been fired from the same firearm. These items share agreement. Class characteristics but lack consistent and reducible individual characteristics. And it describes item 22 as fired bullets, string tied, a tape sealed envelope containing fired bullets, tape sealed envelope containing fired bullets, and item 21 is consistent with being a 22 caliber class fired lead bullet displaying conventional rifling specifications of 6 land grooves and a right twist. And then with respect to items 22 through 24, they're consistent with being 38/9mm caliber class fired metal jacketed bullets displaying Glock marksman barrel rifling specifications of 6 Land Cruise and a right twist. That's consistent with the Glock that Mr. Hamilton had seen in possession of before, and a pistol that Ms. Neeson said may or may not have been in his possession shortly before Mr. Williamson ends up passing away. With respect to People's Exhibit 5, this item explains that blood was found at various locations throughout the house. I'm not going to go into it in detail, but the court will like me to publish portions of it. That's fine. You heard from forensic technician Cerna that they swabbed various blood locations, which can be found on People's Exhibit 7. This confirms that they're right. It wasn't the suspected blood, it was blood. With respect to People's Exhibit 6, this purports to be a DNA analysis that was completed, and it shows that, at least with respect to some of those locations, the only ones that are actually referenced in this report, that blood belonged to Victor Williamson. Now, you can see that People's Exhibit 6 does not test every single one of those locations where blood was discovered, but locations that were tested, People's Exhibit 6 indicates that provide strong support that blood originated from Victor Williamson. So he was shot and killed in that house sometime after they left. We heard from defendant's mother that he arrived home at around 3 o'clock. So there wasn't a big time gap here. Ms. Neeson testified they left at about 2 a.m. His mother said he got there at about 3 a.m. So there's only about an hour for this whole incident happened. And I would submit to the court that based on all of the evidence presented here today, the fact that he's been seen with the type of weapon that one of the bullets relates to, a Glock style bullet, the number of bullet wounds found in Victor Williamson, the fact that there was some tension throughout the evening, the fact that Mr. Williamson relayed that he wanted his cousin just to take him home, he wanted the defendant just to take him home, and then finally, the fact that his own family is out there looking for this man, and the defendant doesn't have the heart to tell them exactly what happened that night, where they could find this beloved individual. That tells me that there is more than enough evidence for probable cause to that he's guilty of all the crimes that I've charged him.
Mr. Brown. Yeah. We're going to go straight to the meat of the charges. In regards to Mr. Williamson, we have no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Pringle was involved in any type of homicide against his cousin. We've heard from multiple witnesses. They were best cousins. They hung out all the time. Nobody heard of any arguments. Nobody heard of any disagreements from Mr. Pringle's mother to Victor's mother to Victor's ex-girlfriend to Victor's friend, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton did indicate and testify that it was his understanding that Boo Man wanted to talk to one of the females that was over the house. Either Boo Man is Devon Cooper, I'm sorry. That his friend, his understanding that Boo Man, Devon Cooper, wanted to talk to one of the females that Pringle had over the house. Pringle also indicated to the detectives that he told, before the females got there, he told Victor and Boo Man, like, hey, I'm bringing some females over. There was a little argument between them. They felt a particular way about it. And then it sounds like Victor ended up getting the female. We heard from Ms. Neeson, who indicated they went upstairs together. We heard from Mr. Pringle, they went upstairs and they, we don't want to put exactly their business on the record, but they went upstairs and, had some quiet time alone, would you say that? And it's very possible that Boo Man knew about it. Boo Man came out a couple times, after which the females had left. Boo Man got upset. I guess he felt that he was a better looking individual than Victor, and that maybe he deserved the female. So he exchanged some words with Victor. Victor got upset. And he shot him. There was no reason whatsoever for Mr. Pringle to shoot him. No, it was no tension. Now, the prosecutor want to say there was tension throughout the night. There was no tension. We even heard any tension. We heard of just some back and forth between possible Jasmine and Mr. Pringle. Nothing about any argument between Mr. Pringle and Deja, no argument between Mr. Pringle and Boo Man, no argument between Mr. Pringle and Victor, most important. So it's very reasonable from the facts.
You can see that people have established probable cause as to the count one first degree murder of the Matthew.
No, I don't. I'm not.
Even in light of what your client said in the statement.
He indicated that he was shot at in the statement. He indicated that he was.
You recognize that self-defense is a question of fact.
It's a question of fact. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. It very well may be a question of fact.
Count one.
I was like,
yes. I understand.
Yeah.
Want to.
Yeah. I mean, that may be a question of fact on what happened to Mr. Cooper, but certainly in regards to.
Let me take it one at a time.
Okay.
Count one. We have count two. Your client was a convicted felon in his rights to possess a firearm and not do so. So we got to count two. Felony firearm as it relates to count one, as well as felony firearm as it relates to count two. So counts 3 and 4 are with. Wait, I'm not looking at that video. Let's start. Count one as it relates to Mr. Cooper. Count 3, felony possession of firearm. Count 5, felony firearms as it relates to the first degree premeditated. Count 6, count 7, felony possession of firearm. You can see that as well.
I'm not count 7. I'm not sure because I don't have the amended.
That's felony possession of the firearm.
Okay, so it was a felony. It was a felony firearm in regards to the first degree murder, and then a felony firearm in regards to the felony possession.
Correct.
Yes, that could be a question of fact.
Correct. And then the tampering with evidence counts 9 and 10.
Question.
Okay. So that only leaves in contention. Count 2, first degree murder premeditated as it relates to Mr. Williamson. Count 4, the felony possession of the firearm. Look at that. Count 6, felony firearms as it relates to Mr. Williamson. Count 8. Okay. So I guess the only thing that's really in contention is the homicide, the felony firearm, the felony possession of the firearm as it relates to Mr. Williamson. Let's proceed from there.
Yes. So Judge, we have heard from Mr. Hammond who indicated that Boo Man was
Okay, go ahead.
We heard from Mr. Hamilton who indicated that it was his understanding that Mr. Cooper, AKA Boo Man, wanted to holler at those females who were over either Deja or Jasmine. Jasmine and Mr. Pringle had history together, so they were more of a couple. They were, going back and forth, nothing serious. They were talking, drinking, everybody was drinking. Deja and Boo Man went upstairs to have some private time together. They handled their situation. At some point in time, they were still drinking, and they had left. We heard from Mr. Pringle that after they had left, him and Victor went to the store, to grab some paraphernalia, came back to the house, and then Boo Man came out and started to, say, "You're ugly." We also heard from testimony from his ex-girlfriend that Boo Man called him that night, trying, saying that, am I ugly? We also heard from his mother that type of commentary would.
Again, Boo Man is Mr. Cooper, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Why are we still talking about Mr. Cooper?
Because from the evidence I heard, he's the individual who killed Victor Williams. So I mean, it's very, the timeline that I heard and that I gathered from the facts, this is the motive, the reason why him and Victor even got into a situation, because he was upset, kind of jealous about Victor getting the girl and him staying in the room by himself. Now, did he have a gun? Nobody knows, because nobody went inside his room and searched around. How can somebody say whether or not somebody has a gun or not? Because in my house, you don't know if I have a gun or not. I do, but you ain't gonna know. Because I'm not gonna show it to you. So just because they didn't see it doesn't mean he didn't have a gun. But the story that Mr. Pringle told the detective, it's a very believable story. He didn't try to, detective said that he was pretty consistent as far as, what he said about it. And he was honest. He said, okay, yeah, I shot Mr. Cooper, AKA Boo Man, but because he shot my cousin. There's no reason for Mr. Pringle to shoot his cousin. There was no beat, there's nothing. But there is a motive or reason for Mr. Cooper, AKA Boo Man, to get into it with Mr. Williamson, his cousin, because he was in his feelings about a girl, and he felt that he looked better than Mr. Williamson, and he was going to let Mr. Williamson know that he looked better. And then some words were exchanged about it. They were drinking, they got upset, and he put a gun on him and he killed him. That's the evidence we heard. We haven't heard anything whatsoever, not a reason, evidence, an explanation, a theory at all that Mr. Pringle killed Mr. Williamson at all. Just the fact that he had not been 100% truthful on what had happened, but that could be just because he knew at the time if he implicates himself shooting somebody, he does not supposed to have a gun. That's going to open up to a plethora of charges, which it did. He's charged with felony possession, felony firearm, because you're not supposed to have a gun under any circumstances, so the law says. And he may have made a bad decision as to not calling 911 at that time and say, hey, this guy just shot my cousin, I shot him, come to the scene. He didn't do that, and he's charged for it. But to charge him for a murder that there's no evidence, he had a probable cause standard, Your Honor, it's lacking. Everything else might be a question of fact.
Yeah, Mr. Hicks, what is the evidence that you have or you claim that shows that this defendant killed Mr. Williams?
Judge, first of all, I figured that there was going to be some discussion of the lack of evidence here. It bears pointing out that the reason there's no evidence here is because Mr. Pringle, the defendant here, went through great lengths to clean up that house, move the bodies. That's why no one has any idea exactly what happened. The court and the jury instructions tell us that we should apply reason and common sense when analyzing these cases. I would submit to the court that if the defendant goes on a search party looking for his best cousin with the sisters, the baby mother of that individual, he speaks with the mother of that person, the mother that he's known for an extended period of time, he speaks with his own mother, because he also has a relationship with that individual and has known that individual for a long time. And he doesn't tell any of those people what. Not just he didn't call 911, he didn't go to the police, he didn't sit down for a statement. I know you've handled these cases for a while, I've handled these cases for a while, I know Mr. Brown's handled these cases for a while. That happens, you see that all the time. But to see someone essentially lead their family on a wild goose chase for someone that not only does he know is dead, but according to his version of events, he's the grand hero of this story. He avenged that person's death. It's just absurd. That is beyond.
That doesn't make any sense.
Your Honor, we heard testimony from his mother that she, in fact, drove him to the police station to try to clear it up. She was turned away and said a detective will contact you. We also heard from the sergeant that he personally did not make any attempts to contact Mr. Pringle. And
why is he leaving the family on this wild goose chase? Why is he, if he was the person who avenged his cousin's death?
Because it's a possibility.
That makes no sense.
Because it would lead to him being charged with, he's being charged for right now of what happened to Mr. Cooper.
But he didn't have any problem with making that.
He didn't. And when it was asked, and he tried to turn himself into the police station.
Why wouldn't he tell his family?
I mean, I can speculate, but possibly because it would lead to charges on him. For one, okay, What happened to Mr. Cooper then? You say that Mr. Cooper shot Victor. Okay, where's Mr. Cooper at? Oh, I shot him too. He's gonna get arrested. If he admits to Mr. Cooper shooting Mr. Williamson.
So his family's gonna arrest him?
They're gonna go to the police and say, hey, our cousin said that Devon Cooper killed our cousin Victor. Then
he couches it as though he's acting in self-defense or at least defense of others.
And he's still charged, but he knows he's not going to possess a gun. He made a bad decision, but that decision alone it's not specific facts that would lead somebody to believe that he shot him. Maybe he made a bad decision, maybe he was untruthful about it because for whatever reason, he didn't want to get implemented for the crimes he did, which is a possession of a gun. He was not supposed to have a gun. And a lot of people get scared of that. A lot of people who don't have their gun rights, that terrifies them to get caught with the gun. A lot of people think they can serve 20 years just by having a gun if you're a felon in possession. So that scares a lot of people who don't have their rights to death, right? So that could be possible a reason, but we have no evidence other than just what he did afterwards that would implement him.
Other than him being lying and stuff, right?
I mean, to them, but the detective said that he was very consistent. When he was asked, and he tried to go to the police, he said, okay, he wanted to clear the air. He's like, okay, I've been getting these accusations from my people, from my cousins, that I killed him. I'm gonna turn myself in to the police station. And the police station like, no, this is not how we do it. If we want you, we'll contact you. I mean, what is that about?
Okay, so I'm ready. Okay. I'm ready. So although the defendant appears to be suspect, may be guilty of sin and crooked as the letter X, there has to be sufficient evidence for this court to find over on those other counts dealing with Mr. Williams. So the court heard evidence that Mr. Williams was the defendant's cousin. They had a pretty decent relationship. Can't imagine why the defendant would kill his cousin and then dispose of the body. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to the court, but there isn't ample evidence to show that the defendant did in fact kill his cousin, even though he may have. It hasn't been adequate record here that he did in fact do so. There is, however, ample evidence to bind him over on count one homicide, murder, first premeditated as it relates to Von Matthew, as well as the felon in possession of the firearm, count 3, the felon in firearm, count 5, felon in firearm, count 7, and the tampering with evidence, counts 9 and 10. As it relates to count 2, homicide, murder, first premeditated, the court could make some inferences, but we're talking about the first degree murder charge here. I would like to have something more sufficient as it relates to count 2. The court is not satisfied with the verdict of probable cause as to count 2, homicide, murder, first degree murder, premeditated of Jamar Williams. The court will dismiss that insufficient evidence, as well as the felon in possession of the firearm as it relates to that count. The felon in firearm. As to the charges, the defendant has been bound over on the court finds those charges were committed to the city treasurer, probable cause for the district committed. Bound those, Wayne County Third Circuit Court approved division of proceedings. Is a random 1 year convention date, time will be January 31st, 2024, 9 o'clock p.m. Defendant will be remanded as the custody of Wayne County Sheriff. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any dismissals as to those other councils?
You have to see if they want to. So just make it work better. Oh, no, he just made it. It's got to be typed out. And stuff like that. No problem. Yeah. As soon as I get out. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. That concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bed station, same bed time. Okay, well, everybody, thank you, you too.
Well, because it's a remand, it's been manipulated.
Oh, okay.